your lesson here, baby. Welcome to PUBG Continental Series 6 Europe. The Open qualifiers are behind us, and it's time to move on to the regional playoffs. Let's get into it. 2 regional playoff events will be held in Europe this time around. One for Europe West and one for the Middle East and Africa. Each playoff will feature 16 best teams from each region's open qualifiers, joined by 8 invited teams, or those that earn their spots at the Wildcard tournaments. The 24 rosters will be divided into 3 groups. These groups will face off in explosive matchups across 3 days, from April 8th to April 10th. The rosters will clash in fierce battle for places at the PCS6 Europe Grand Finals and a $10,000 prize pool. Out of 24 teams, only 4 per region will progress to the Grand Finals, where they'll compete against some of the best squads in the world for a share of $250,000. So grab some chicken, join the stream, and find out who will dominate the battlegrounds at the PUBG Continental Series 6 Regional Playoffs.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome. PCS is officially here. It is the EU West playoffs. My name is Chunks. I am joined, making his PCS debut, by the one and only Kovo. Kovo, I know how excited you are to be here. Finally here in a studio, we'll all be virtual. I am so excited for tonight.
I'm so excited, and I think we all are. We've been waiting for PCS6 for so long at this point. To kick off, and now today we are finally here to break it down. We've got 6 games of fantastic PUBG tonight, and I couldn't be more happy.
Yeah, 6 matches, going to be intense ones. A lot of really strong teams going to be taking part tonight. For anyone who's maybe unaware with the teams that are going to be playing, this is them. They're split into 3 groups. Tonight is Group A versus Group B. Tomorrow that's going to rotate out, as well as Sunday. So all these teams will get a chance to play each other. So if coming into tonight, maybe someone opens the stream halfway through and they're like, hey, why is a team like PolishPower got 0 points? Maybe it's because they're in Group C. So if anyone is in chat questioning, just help them out, would you? So, Kovo, looking at this, though, which teams are really standing out to you here? You have casted so much EU lately. You've seen the best of the best, and this has to be some of them.
100%. I mean, we have Group A versus B tonight. We have some invited teams, like, for example, the Bystanders, like Hall of Game, were here based on their past performance. We have some wildcards. PolishPower playing tonight, for example, because they qualified through the PSL Spring Showdown. And then we have a lot of our open qualifier teams. So making it through stage 1 and 2 of the open qualifiers are going to be teams like Thunder, teams like the 4 Dogs, teams like mForce. So a lot of good names there. And, well, we're kicking it off, as always, on Miramar and closing it out on Erangel.
Something about ending on Erangel just feels right. It feels like we go full circle, doesn't it? But kicking off on Miramar tonight, I think we should maybe talk about it, because we're going to be getting into the games very quick. We are just smashing them out tonight, so there is going to be a lot of action for everyone watching. Let's maybe talk about Miramar a little bit. Are there any drop spots that are really standing out to you that may be going to cause any problems?
I've had the pleasure to talk to Ivas earlier from Entropiq, and he said, well, I've got some favorites, and I have to put Sakura Zensen in there because they loot Picaro and they loot Pachinki. And Picaro on Miramar, maybe almost as good as Power Grid. Pachinki on Erangel, also a massive drop spot. So that's going to be interesting for them. We have a lot of teams with sort of flexible drop spots here tonight, Chunks. So I don't expect a lot of hot drops. But why speculate, Chunks, when we can just jump in and see for ourselves?
I think I might have just had the shortest pre-show of my life, and I've done a lot of shows. We've smashed it out the park, but it gives us more to talk about in the early game, doesn't it? Because over here on Miramar, things tend to start off a little bit slow, but I have to say, as slow as things tend to kick off, I've kind of looked at the drop map, and I can see that Thunder are kind of contested on both maps as the way things currently stand.
Yeah, I think there's a bit. We have to take those with a grain of salt because there is so much unknown potential in this lobby. So a lot of teams will name their drop spot and then they will see, well, this is still open. This area on the map. Maybe there's no one Monte. Maybe there's no one in Impala, and they will sort of just fill on in wherever they can fit in. Especially with a plane like this going southwest to northeast, no one's going to reach their drop spot on the northwestern side. So a lot of teams will have all drops on the southeastern side, on the southern side. Like right now, we see the Bystanders going for Puerto instead of Cruz del Valle. So that's already one of those old drops coming into play. And then obviously we also see, like you said, Thunder very close to PolishPower.
You know it's PCS because look at all the fancy graphics we've got now. We got the teams, we got the number of players alive, we got the phase all at the top. No more getting confused for us. But look, you mentioned a good point, and I think we should probably touch on that right now. Because of how eastern that plane path is, even when it comes to getting those drop spots, they're going to be hot drops where you least expect it. Marsling picking up the first kill of the game on Tobacco with the vehicle kill, and Cappy is more than happy to flush out another. PolishPower, look, they're living up to their name so far, asserting their dominance a minute into the match.
Oh, that's a disaster for Thunder. Mika, he's over there on the church. They've already lost 2 of their members. It feels like they only loaded in with 1 chunks as well. So losing 1 member before the lobby starts, losing 2 right off the bat, that's gonna be a blow, mainly to the mental as well. Starting your evening off like that is going to be a huge tilter, and it's going to be a nice little point boost and mentality boost for PolishPower.
At least if Thunder haven't already finished off their dinner, now they get a chance to. So they'll be ready and prepared, fueled up for game number 2. But as phase 1 pops, I think it was kind of indicative of the playing path. Now, I know that you know what kind of circles I like here, Kovo, and I know what I want, and I'm pretty sure you can guess, but I think we should kind of just leave it unspoken and then see where phase 2 pops, because they're still in, just about.
It's casters only want one thing, and it's absolutely disgusting. I don't think we're gonna see it, Chunks. That's my only contribution to that circle. Is I'm just gonna pretend like it can't happen. Maybe that's the way to get it going. But for now, it's looking like a classic east side of Los Leones circle. We have the dogs in a prime position. We have the Bystanders and mForce grabbing priority spots already. While we have WeAreWho in Al-Azhar, we just saw them there for a second. They also have the allStars close to them, and they have a bit of a rotation to make, but they're not all that far. So should be a fairly easy rotation on that eastern side for WeAreWho.
We should maybe touch on NoNameYet. They are a kind of big name roster, it feels like. You've got a lot of strong players on the team, and now they're in a really good position to really make the most out of this zone. Landing up at Mina, sure, it's not center circle, but it's close enough. On the opposite end of things, teams rotating in, though. It's going to be Misfits up against GRINDMORE. A couple shots coming through, but, I mean, GRINDMORE are being smart to disengage there. It's not the early game fight you want to be taking.
No, and this is such a classic first game situation right there, Chunks. Everyone's a little bit careful. Everyone's a little bit more passive than usual. No one really knows what to expect. Everyone's a little bit afraid of dying early. So GRINDMORE, they pull on back. Their X-Reps was basically right next to an enemy vehicle that was down to no speed at all, but still didn't take the shots just because they're so conservative. Roy, he spotted Vorix right on next to him, but Vorix smart enough to reposition and realize this compound is taken. And even though mForce, they could maybe want to force it, they don't want to commit to anything that early.
WeAreWho narrowly outside of the zone right now after picking themselves up the first kill of the game. Chris has got to be feeling good about that one. And this is a squad that I maybe wanted to touch on here, as a lot of old school gunners who it feels like have sure, we've rotated the squad in and out, but the core roster has been together for such a long time now. That has to put them at a bit of advantage coming into a lobby like this with a couple of maybe, I don't want to say new teams, but teams that have recently made roster changes.
100%. I was going to touch on it in the pre-show, but like you said, we've had the fastest pre-show of all time. So there is a lot of rosters in this lobby that haven't been together for all that long. There is a lot of fresh groups mixing together. It's always the start of the year where we have that little 2-month break basically in esports, where teams decide to rebuild and reshuffle their players. A lot of these rosters have made it in here as Saha takes a bit of damage there, but should be able to group one up just fine with the rest of DIVAN. But yeah, 100%. Experience is big, especially in these qualifiers chunks. We need top 4 in this lobby, and you only play 12 games. If your mental starts falling apart after game 6, after game 8, maybe, you won't have any chance in a lobby like this.
No, I mean, you have to get those points in early, which is why it really hurts to see a team like Thunder, you know, connect with only 3 players in the first place and then lose 2 of them off the drop. That is just unfortunate. But you know what? It gives them an extra bit of time to maybe even watch the game back, see what teams are maybe pulling out here, what they can learn, and you can maybe think of it in that way, that it could give them a bit of a tactical advantage, even if it means they're not as warmed up, they're not as ready to go, because, you know, making a change like that, going out so early, you've prepped so hard for tonight's games to get off on a big start, and it just seems like that's gone to waste now. I just hope that a team like Thunder will be able to recover from it.
100%. I mean, it's going to be a mental blow. It's going to be rough, but maybe Mika can pull something out of the hat and maybe get a few points as a solo here. WeAreWho, though, they're still waiting for the allStars to come and by, and as we see Seba making his way through, looking at the map, we know there's more vehicles to come here. And Kiliakai, he's only getting closer to that road, same as Brexco, so WeAreWho, they are ready to camp this completely.
This is so smart, and this is something I always talk about on Miramar, but never really see implemented. There's always the possibility, pretty much whatever rotate you take on Miramar, you're going to get camped out, because it is so hard to travel through the hills, over the ridges, with all those dips and divots. It's hard for teams to consistently get through there, which means that they're forced into these kind of choke points on the road, and that's what we're seeing from allStars now. Sure, WeAreWho weren't really able to make much out of it, but now as Chris goes for a seat swap, it's actually forced the player out, switches over to the Mini 14, and just like that, allStars going to be losing 1. And that's got to be extra frustrating, because they thought that was safe. They got 2 players down that road without a single shot being fired.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly why WeAreWho were doing this, right? They realized there's a rotation coming, but if you shoot at the first car, that rotation, it ain't coming anymore. So they take their time, they play it slow. And even though the shots weren't all that crisp, and Kiliakai couldn't quite decide there, I think, if you wanted to go for the tires or the player, they just have so many people there ready and waiting to take the shots that they can clean up that kill. And, well, that puts them firmly up there at the top in our live standings on the left side, because, well, 2 kills is all anyone's got so far. Circle, though, is filling up nicely. I have to say, no one's given the Western shift any credit here. It's only Austrian force that are west of the Los Leones Mountains.
For now, just wait till that circle shifts hard east. Everyone will be kind of thankful that they're not west. That's what I'm holding out hope for. But look at this. Thunder, Micah is completely alone right now. This is not the position he wants to be in. Might just end up dropping prone and playing for safety if PolishPower haven't noticed him. But he's just going to chill up top, no real concern. On that kind of picture-in-picture view, you can see just how hard of a time GRINDMORE are currently having. They are holding onto this compound for everything it's worth. It felt like there was going to be a bit more of a crash, but they have been able to recover players and remain in it just about. And I got to say, Bystanders also have to be a favorite squad coming into this.
100%. One of the most consistent rosters. They've been together for a long time. They know how to play. They know how to play their edges, how to play slow. They know how to play their circles. And definitely, like we talked about before, experience, I think, should be a big factor. The only thing that's going against them is sort of the momentum. They've had a rough time in the G-Loot qualifiers. They've had a rough time in PSL, partly because of really unfortunate circles, but you can never really completely blame the circles. So maybe they're feeling a little bit shaky, but they should have had enough time to reset and realize this is what it's all about. This is what we grind this game for. And for now, I really like where they're situated in the circle chunks.
Look at this, though. allStars have already lost a player to WeAreWho, and now they're getting chased down. It maybe seems like a little bit of a bait in the way that Killsteal's holding himself up, but no, it's actually Saber ends up spinning out, losing both of his back tires. That is detrimental to them. WeAreWho just landed a beautiful headshot, and now they are looking to make the push. The circle shifts away, so neither of these teams now going to be inside, and quite a ways to go to make it in, with a lot of other squads potentially ready to hold them out.
100%, but I mean, at what point do you stop caring about the circle? How many kills do you need in a game before you stop caring about, you stop caring, yeah, there we go, about the circle. WeAreWho, they pick up the third here, and it's all on Chris so far, so he's got to be feeling good. Obviously, team effort, especially on this last one as well, and now they are going to just consolidate, stabilize, move on further from here, but already they have made a dent, and they've also made a dent into a team that's playing on their side of the circle. So there's a little bit of extra space for them as we see GRINDMORE grouping up. I think they lost one to NoNameYet earlier, so a very unfortunate loss when you're holding a compound down and you still lose a player inside of it.
You know what I just noticed that's really cool, Kovo, that I've not personally seen before on any PUBG stream is, you know that live leaderboard on the left? You see that down at the bottom? That's an in the blue zone marker, so we can actually get a really good read on how the zone positioning really affects these teams, how it will give them an advantage. Because sure, we have a lot of squads right now that are doing well in terms of kills. Look at WeAreWho, but they are one of the few teams that aren't currently inside the blue zone. It makes you wonder if there's going to be any problems there. As oh no, this is unfortunate. You can see Mika pulls out in front of PolishPower as the solo. It's kind of what you'd expect to happen. Norkis is more than happy to sponge that point up, and look, it gets PolishPower on the board. 3 kills so far.
Ah, it's ironic, isn't it? They make rotations all across the map, and then it's the team who killed the first 2 Thunder players that kills the third in the end. WeAreWho, we said they would make their way in, and they decided they want to make their way in on foot, and they want to fight their way into Impala Monkey. I don't think he has any idea just yet, but it's looking like he's just heard the steps. He's going to peek on over. He's going to find Marco in the open. It's good damage dealt. The nade will come out by Marco. Smart enough to reposition, and it's Chris is already there to support. WeAreWho, they wanted to sneak on in, but they have been noticed, and now it's going to be a straight up battle.
Talk about a brave play. Trying to just sneak into a city like that has to take a lot of bravery, but it's unfortunate that they do get heard out. It's only natural when you have a squad like NoNameYet that are posted up that someone's going to hear, and Monkey obviously playing that kind of point position. Really good reactions to be able to respond. It's unfortunate he didn't land the spray, but at the end of the day, you take what you can get. If it's a bit of damage, it burns through the vest, makes another team burn an extra med. It's a war of attrition, isn't it? And as long as you're doing little bits like that throughout the game, then when the end game fight finally comes and you're maybe in a top 3 situation, you know which team to focus. It's the team that you've been forcing to burn through all of their utility for the whole match. So you have to take the positives with the negatives when you unfortunately don't get a kill like that. But right now, as WeAreWho starts to move, WeAreWho move around the back, they are going to grab that Impala hill without really a care in the world.
Yeah, and that comes back to what I was saying earlier. The contestant for that area is, first of all, allStars, and allStars is already down to 2, but now WeareTeam sailing into Hall of Game, and they're more than ready to take this. I'm not sure if Hall of Game was fighting here. It looked like WeareTeam had absolutely no clue there was anyone inside, and just like that, they had down to just Sakura as well.
Now, though, as you see teams rotating through, allStars faced in another problem. This time it's going to be the former Bystanders as York opens up with the spray. He's not going to be able to connect with either just yet, so the rest of the team need to get some support. Keanu is a little bit over the road, but he is trying to throw in some nades as support, but the rest of the squad taking a little bit of time to get there. Kill still caught with a flash, so he's not going to be able to do much. I say that, but the molly was already down, and York going to be getting knocked because of it. Now Bystanders have a tricky decision to make. Do they want to push in, avenge their teammate, potentially get 2 kill points out of this, or do they just want to back off, play for that zone, because they're going to struggle enough to get into this one?
I think hopefully they go take these kills, because like you said, they're going to struggle to get into zone. This is the western zone that I said would throw a lot of teams for a loop, but look at that from Keanu. Easy 2-tap. Now Shro, he's got to step on up. Keanu's going to hear that, and he's going to instantly back off a little bit, delay, wait for an angle, maybe from Herky, maybe from Flamey to come out, wait for the support. He doesn't want to suffer the same fate as Yort. He wants to take this fight as a team. Now the flashbangs are going to help, and there's Herky with the nade that picks it up. Bystanders, they secure these kills. They take out a team on the eastern side, but the circle, we've got to talk about it, Chunks. It's just hard shifted back into Los Leones.
And it's half Leonis now. I mean, you have to take into account as well the LAN ratio. For anyone who's maybe newer to PUBG Esports, might not be aware that when that Phase 4 shift comes in, the game tries to cut out as much unplayable terrain as possible. That includes like water and also hillsides and cliffs that are hard to get up, which means that the zone is going to really struggle to actually find somewhere to shift when this circle has closed through. And that is really the factor that's going to cause problems for these teams. You're going to have a couple squads banking that it goes down to Los Leones, but honestly, I don't think there's anywhere in this circle that is classed as completely playable. So a lot of RNG going to come into this zone shift now. As Shiv, he doesn't need RNG. He's got his gun. He can aim. He lands a beautiful knock as Chris goes down. Kill Your Kai nearly flips his vehicle, but now look at this. Tundu going to be pushing through, but who are down to just 2 players. Neither of them really have any health to work with either. The underhand nade comes out onto Kill Your Kai. There's going to be a hillside, so it will roll away, and Kai gets the knock, but not before being traded out himself.
Gets traded out, and that is good plays from NoNameYet. They're going to finish this fairly cleanly. You see Marco Ops there in the distance. You see Jam getting some bullets in with the SKS as well. So 2 kills here for NoNameYet. A flush for Jam as well, but there's already the push coming from the dogs. So whichever way this goes, Chunks, it's not going to be pretty for NoNameYet. Look at this push already coming out.
4 dogs have a beautiful split going on right here to try and hold out these squads. As the zone does shift up to the north, it is going to cut out Los Leones. So it looks like it's going to be a very bumpy ending no matter how you kind of unpack it. Sure, there's that field up to the north, but outside of that, it is going to be a lot of ridge and hill battles. Yeah. Bystanders did lose a player as they tried to push their way into Misfits. It looks like this could maybe cause some problems for them because they don't really have an alternative route into zone.
No, they gotta start taking fights here. There's no space in front of them. There's a tiny dip below Hall of Game to their west that they might send in, but I think they need to clear out the Misfits first. Doid, he stepped into Squid, steps up with the M4, takes him out cleanly. There's another re-knock coming out onto the Bystanders, so the pressure is surely mounting as the circle's gonna start moving as well. And the longer this time ticks, the more nades come in, the harder this gets for the Bystanders to consolidate. Misfits, though, they don't really have a play themselves, and that's probably why we're going to see them wait this out for so long and pose such a big issue to Bystanders.
It's not really too much of a surprise now, but as Bystanders have to struggle their way in, you've got to think squads like Hall of Game are also going to be here in this, seeing the knocks in the kill feed, seeing it's a team like Bystanders, and if you're able to deny a squad like that points, you better know a team's going to do it. Finally, though, going to be able to get taken out. Marco, beautifully done. That's 3 kills so far this game. WeAreWho currently have 6 kills, 6 points, and they only have 1 player standing, so a really impressive start, even if it does mean that, sure, they're likely not going to make it to the late game. You can't really see them stacking too much after this, but every placement point will count once we get into that territory.
100%, and 6 points is a solid salvage for how the circles went, how their rotation played out for them. Now Jam and the 4 dogs, they're all the way up on these mountains, and they're just trying to farm everything around them. The Bystanders fall, Misfits is next in line, and we saw Jam still waiting for Marco on the southern side. So they're going for kills here as well, and they have a tiny bit of area in this circle left to play. But once they shift a little bit to the west, they should be fine to move on in because our teams are so concentrated on this eastern side right now. Misfits, they're still putting the pain down. It's Dogzer and Duelik that find one from GRINDMORE, in this field is complete carnage, Chunks.
This is horrible for GRINDMORE as they try to make their way through. It's not really surprised to see the vehicle get blown up and a player fall out of it, but Ikrit's now gonna remain in it. His vehicle also getting peppered. The tires are gone. no real way of getting out of this position. He just really needs to pray for the zone. But now you can see DIVAN start to make a push. They have an idea that Enterprise are down below. A squad that we maybe haven't touched on too much, but maybe we should, because we know their potential. Unfortunately, though, the high ground goes the way of DIVAN, but that doesn't matter when you're able to land shots like that. Beautifully done there from Free Kill to take that player down as he goes for the reload, prepares to fight a second. Alpengod is just getting naded apart right now. He has to back off, and, well, Enterprise really well defended in a pretty tricky dip.
Yeah, pretty tricky, but a beautiful setup. They just have that player on the buggy there just to draw the attention, or I should say the truck, excuse me, just to draw attention, and then Free Kill is just sitting still right below where enemies are going to peek. Peeks on up as his teammate takes shots. And they want to get aggressive on this knock as well, Chunks. They don't want to sit in the lower ground. They don't want to sit in the tricky dip, as you call it. They're taking the aggression right to DIVAN, and DIVAN is only 2 players up. So 3v2 on this top hill side, and so far, no third parties coming into Enterprise as well. So they're free to step on up and try and take the aggression, but it's looking like they want to consolidate now a little bit that they suffered a knock.
Alpengod, it feels like he should have gone down there. Spotted out standing on the rock. Maybe going to be a little bit thankful that they didn't land the full spray, because DIVAN are just about staying in it because of that. And by the way, the phase has shifted up in this direction, so both teams should just about be in, but you don't want to have another squad breathing down your neck between you and the play zone, because you know that they're going to have to push sooner or later. So Enterprise, now they've got 4 players up. Once Yanni's healed, they should be able to get back in the fight, finish off the job. But there it is, Marco, the player who landed the kind of vehicle knocks of the century to keep his team in it, will be falling, but with a decent number of kill points to go alongside.
A lot of teams are going out fairly early here with a good bunch of kill points, Chunks. We don't only have NoNameYet, we have PolishPower down to 1 member, 4 kills, but now the push for Enterprise is actually coming to a close. Rick's going to be the first point of contact. Alpengod just holding on that rock. There was flashes in the hand, but now they're just jumping across. They're not accounting for Alpengod. He finds one. But the trade's there. Do they have an idea about the last player? Yes, they do. It's a cleanup from Enterprise, and they have more than enough space on the western side to get these reses and get a really powerful position for the next few circles.
They tried their best to set up a bit of a crossfire there, but I think the jump shot maybe confused both players on DIVAN. So unfortunate that they do end up going down like that. But my attention has to be drawn over to this position down to the south. As we look at the replay, we actually didn't manage to catch that, but that's how Misfits managed to clean up the squad over in the shacks. But as I was saying, over on this hillside, it's going to be tricky for Hall of Game. They are in a massive valley. As long as 4Dogs can keep this player up, he's going to be a threat to them. So Mome is just going to be looking out up above, realizing that he is going to be that level of defense, but it doesn't matter because Karks is there for the headshot. Beautifully done. And now 4Dogs with only Duff left standing.
Bit of a shame because they have so much space on that western side, but they get a little bit trapped by Hall of Game. They do a good job at holding that down as well, and they are now one of our contenders for the late game. But we do have to talk about Sakura Zensen. We do have to talk about mForce, all sitting pretty in compounds on that northern edge. Now they will have to start moving, especially mForce. Maybe even make a move into Austrian Force. I don't think they can survive all that long on the side of Sakura Zensen. So the east side chunks, we're going to end up with 1 team coming out of there, or maybe 1.5, but not much more than that.
Even with our extremely long pre-show, it feels like we didn't get a chance to touch on Enterprise. They're obviously one of the teams who came through in a wildcard spot, so it means that while they didn't come through the PCS qualifiers, they've performed in previous tournaments in the past that has allowed them to get to this point. So that is why we're seeing Enterprise in here. So they are a team that you kind of have your eyes on. They've proven that they can win tournaments before in their region. Now is the opportunity to do it on the EU West stage and potentially take it up to PCS6 Europe finals. So they have to draw a lot of attention, especially now that they've got such good high ground to work out of.
100%, and they've also they were one of the teams that thought this might go to West Leonis, and they weren't wrong in that assumption. Like you said, lots of RNG in that circle shift, but they still managed to reposition, still managed to take a nice dip, play nicely out of it, and take down DIVAN to completely control that western edge. So it's unlike a team that like Sakura Zensen, who realized the circle's probably going north. We're just going to gamble on the north and get rewarded for it. Hall of Game right now, they suffered 2 casualties to the zone there. I think there was a game crash involved as well, which is always unfortunate. But players dying to the zone is going to take Austrian Force off a little bit. They've got their eyes on the south now. The smokes are coming out. But this is a hold that's going to be essential for Austrian Force. And look at mForce as well on the outside of their compound.
Can see Zoka just kind of holding as Momo does get spotted out from the side. It will give a little bit of assistance to Austrian Force, but the smokes are going to deny so much info. You have to bear in mind, though, that that kind of goes for both sides. Zoka and Pains have no info of their own, except for, okay, there's players around this kind of rough area. But Momo actually runs straight through the Molotov and goes down because of it. That is one of the many dangers of smokes in this game. An unfortunate way to go as Hall of Game now start to flex out a little further. They've spotted out Zoka, but it's only Sadi that's left up, and it's going to be tricky. Tries to open up with the spray. The window ledge causes some problems, though, as Pains is there to hold the corner, and it's Hall of Game going out in 6th position, potentially followed by mForce, as they're down to their final player.
mForce struggling here, and it wasn't really a fair fight. Sakura Z, well, they were one man down, but hey, they have this entire ridge to work with chunks, and they can rain in the util, they can move freely, and now they're about to close it out. Vampire Game knocked and flushed, and that is going to open the door for Austrian Force now. They're getting aggressive when they need to. They might spot He-Man there, but He-Man gets right behind the ridge. They're dodging this, and they're being so lucky about it. Gargi finds some good damage, but no knock. Sakura Zensen, they just got away with murder.
Wow, and this has kind of worked perfectly for Enterprise, because look at the spread that they've been able to pull off. They have moved off of the hillside. They're now starting to work their way down. Yanni is there to find himself a knock onto Pains, but hasn't converted it to a kill just yet. Salty actually decides to throw a nade up a little bit short. It doesn't work out, but that flash has a whole lot more success. Pains is down. Zoka's going for the revive, and as he throws out a nade, he is spotted. Gargi tries to trade it, but it's just not going to be enough, as Austrian Force now going to have to leave Zoka and probably progress as a 2-man.
Yeah, and look at how much space Enterprise has grabbed for themselves. They got basically in the entire map in their hands right now. They still have one of the dogs behind them, which is going to be a bit of an issue later on, but right now they've got to be careful that Sakura Zensen doesn't take the aggression to them. You can see the cohesion between these three players. They're incredibly good at fighting Sakura Z, and they want to take the fight to one of the teams that they're next to right now, because they're just so pinched in the middle. When they find one opening, may it be towards Austrian Force, may it be towards Sakura Z, they're gonna pull the trigger on that. And I said Duff, he might be an issue, but Enterprise more than aware. They're gonna molly his position, they're gonna force him into the blue. It's looking like they almost have to close out the game at this point.
Yeah, Dog's going to be out of it, but you know what? 9 points to go alongside it. You cannot complain about that. Getting into the top 4 is a massive achievement as a solo, but now come the big boys. 8 kills apiece. 8 kills for Zensen right now. On the other side of things, you have squads like Enterprise currently only with 3, but they have such a strong position to actually work out of. They could very easily start stacking up those points, and there's the first free kill. Kind of living up to his name, find himself a free kill, taking down Gargi. And sure, Austrian Force, they're going to be able to get the revive on this. I don't think anyone's questioning that. But as I said before, it's a war of attrition. The problem's going to come for Enterprise now as SZ start to push up close, and they seem to have a read on Grendy's position.
They're just basically flashbanging everything. They want to run over this, but they haven't accounted for Grendy's. Look at Tekker's HP as well. If Grendy's gets aggressive on this, gets the nade out, and always going to get that almost to perfection. Tekker's, he has to charge up now. The longer this fight takes, the more support is going to be there for EP, but Grendy's, he steps over. He takes his second. That's Sakura Zensen down to 1. Salty finds a knock on a flush back, but he's got so much work on his hands right now. And Austrian Force, they've heard this. They're going on to free kill.
Does Grendis have any idea? No, that when he stands up, he will be getting spotted out by Salty. So now comes a bit of a waiting game for free kill. He realizes that Austrian Force know his position. He's in a 1 versus 3, but it looks like he's actually going to try and drop down. But at the last moment, Zoka is there to spot him in midair. It leaves only Yanni left up, but not for long. It's Sakura Zensen, 11 kills with 2 players standing. And we should probably point out as well, one of their players didn't even connect, so they have played this entire game as a 3-man, and it looks like they're in a position to potentially take it if they can take down Marbo, which they do absolutely no problem. It could be a 14 kill chicken dinner here, Kovo.
100%, and look as well where Zocca and Gargi are. They're all the way up on the mountain. They have a long way to go down, and with that smoke and the res coming through, Sakura Zensen have a very good idea what's happening and where these players are. He-Man, he's got the mini out. He's waiting for Zocca to come around that smoke. Oh, and the timing could not have been worse for Zocca. Doesn't spot He-Man there. Good damage dealt already, and they have so far to go. Gargi in the smoke gets tagged down as well, and they need to find some absolute insane shots with the DMRs right now, Austrian Force. They're so outpositioned by these two Sakura Z players. Salty is going for a risky run, but it's probably going to pay off in the long run.
Very risky, especially because He-Man wasn't really looking out, providing some support. Now he will, though, and just like that, it's over. Sakura Zensen get themselves a really impressive chicken dinner. Even more impressive by the fact that they only joined that game as 3 players. In the end game, only had 2. That was a massive performance from them.
Massive performance. I touched on it briefly during the game. They realize the circle's very likely to go out of Los Leones. They take that compound very early and commit to it. And they play their strengths there at Chunks. They know they're only 3, so they take a small compound, easy to defend, hard to breach, and then they just take fights like they're used to. They're a super strong fighting team, and they make good use of it there. 23 points to start off the day as a 3-man with 13 kills. Man, that's got to feel good.
Look, if you can average that number of points throughout the entire playoffs, I think you're going to be in quite a good position. But it's about consistency, isn't it? Will they be able to do that? Were Zensen in just a good position? I didn't really get a chance to see. But when you have a team like that that sponges up so many points, there's always going to be a couple of squads down at the bottom that struggle to salvage anything. But I think we have to take into account as well, it's only the first game. There's plenty of time to reset. Teams joined with 3 players. Teams lost players early. So as good as that performance was from Sakura Zensen, I think that the lower down teams maybe shouldn't be under so much pressure just yet. We're only 1 game in. It could be you next.
100%, and as we look at the top fraggers there, Salty completely popping off. Young, mad lad on Sakura Z, joined with Tekaj on his side. 11 kills just on these 2 players. Crazy performance for them in game 1. Damage looks very different. Completely different people on the damage here. We've got He-Man, Gargi, and Doid, so nicely split amongst our top 4 teams there. And well, I mean, like you said, it's 1 game, and the circles were completely crazy. So if you're a team on that bottom side and on that bottom 8 part of the leaderboard, it's not too bad.
Look at the head-to-head here, though, and I feel like this is an automated stat, but it kind of puts Gargi to shame, doesn't it? And it's definitely going to be one of those things where maybe Sakura Zensen were in a bit more of an aggressive position. They had more of an opening. So while they have similar damage, Salty did an amazing job of actually converting that to knocks, whereas Gargi, it feels like he was firing a lot, but not really hitting too much, not really getting those players down, and of course, then not being able to convert them, but still really impressive from both teams, and that's the thing, as I said before, it's game 1. There's still a lot to be decided, but I think we've already come to the understanding that Salty is pretty good at the game.
I mean, 443 meters on his longest kill there as well. So definitely popping off this game. Good shots from, I think, all the Sakura Z boys there at the end. I mean, beautiful performance from them. Gargi, whenever you see so much damage and you don't see a whole lot coming out of it, it's a little bit of a shame. But I feel like in that late game, they were just out-positioned. They were just in between Enterprise, in between Sakura Z, and they somehow, I think they made the best of it in the bigger picture.
Absolutely. So what a way to kick off the EU West playoffs. We are going to take a very short break, but we're going to be back in just a couple minutes with our second match of the
PUBG Continental Series 6 is underway, and we are one step closer to discovering who will take the year's first PCS Europe crown. With places at the grand finals on the line, the regional playoffs are the place for teams to prove that they can take the fight to anyone. In PCS6, squads from the Middle East and Africa and Europe West must battle through 3 stages: Open Qualifiers, Regional Playoffs and Grand Finals. At the regional playoffs, the 16 best teams from each region's Open Qualifiers are joined by 8 teams either invited or those that earned their spots at the Wildcard tournaments. Here, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B and C. These groups will face off over 3 days with points from each match, contributing to an overall leaderboard. In addition to a share of the $10,000 prize pool, the 4 teams from each region with the most points will advance to the main event. In the grand finals, the 8 regional playoff qualifiers will be joined by 8 invited partner teams. These top squads will fight for supremacy across 2 weekends, April 29th to May 1st and May 6th to May 8th. So get ready to support your favorites as they battle for a share of the $250,000 base prize pool and the PCS6 Europe Champions title.
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 EU West Regional Playoffs. My name is Shunks. I'm joined once again by the one and only Kovo. What a way to kick things off. Sakura Zensen picking up a huge chicken dinner there in map number 1 of the evening. We're heading back to Miramar in a minute. Can we expect a repeat?
I mean, we talked about it before the game, right? You were like, what about loot spots? I said, well, Sakura Z, they're playing out Picado. That's pretty damn good. And they play out of Picado, they send it down the main road north of Los Leones, also called the Liquid Rotate. Just send it down that road, take that compound, and they just easily win the game from there. So I think we didn't talk about a whole lot in the pre-show, but we talked about the right things here. And Sakura Z, I wouldn't say we expect them to repeat, because they are a little bit more of one of those feast and famine teams. But if anything, it's going to be now. Momentum is going to be all on their side.
It's about being able to chain them together, isn't it? We always talk about consistency compared to the teams that maybe pop off in 1 or 2 games and then the rest of them are a bit lackluster. So I think that's something that we really have to pay attention to tonight, because if you are going to be a team to qualify, you only have yourself 12 matches to play out of the 18 that are going to be played overall. So you have to make them count. If you are a feast or famine team, you can't just wait till the final day to pop off. You have to start with huge points on the board early on, just so you have a bit of a safety net, because you're not going to be able to consistently get those numbers. Because at the end of the day, no matter how good you are, this lobby is so stacked that the players are about mechanically similar. The real difference comes from strategy and how you play your game.
Yeah, and there's one more thing that sort of adds on top of that, which is, I think, if you wanted to compare the 3 groups, I'd say, if anything, A is maybe the weakest one. And if you're a B team, Group B team, and you're not getting your points in now, tomorrow there will be an Entropiq, there will be a SKADE in your lobby. It's not going to get any easier. I'm not saying Group A is bad by any stretch, but I think Group Z is just a little bit more stacked. So if you don't get it going today, you're in for a rough time.
I really wonder how that's going to affect these teams as we hop into match number 2 of the evening. I wonder how that's going to affect these squads. Obviously, having a bit of an imbalance is I think is the fairest way to put it when it comes to the groups. Maybe a couple of the lobbies stronger than others. Do you think if you're in Group B, for instance, you make the most out of the day where you're not playing Group C? Do you think there's any change to strategy, or do you think with this many teams actually in the lobby, you kind of just have to go with the normal game plan? You can't really prepare for every eventuality.
I think where it affects you the most as a team is teams that loot close to you on the map, for example. If you're the Bystanders and you have WeAreWho next to you, who tend to take a lot of space, sort of choke out teams, maybe camp some rotations early on, that's going to affect you. And that's something that you'll have to worry about. Teams that will A, loot close to you, or B, like to play similar edges, similar positions in circles. Those will affect you the most naturally. And obviously, if you get a team joining the lobby, like let's say Entropiq, which is likely to sponge up a lot of points, and you need to make your comeback on day 2, obviously it only gets harder from there. So that's where maybe a bit of a mental thing comes in. But I'm hoping the players are solid enough and stable enough to not think about that all too much, because realistically, like you said, 16 teams in the lobby, how you perform matters a whole lot more than what other teams are in the lobby.
What about this phase 1 circle, hey? I mean, we got to, it feels like very similar playing path to game number 1 in the fact that a lot of those northwestern loot spots are a little bit out of reach, at least without pulling out a vehicle rotation of some kind. And I think that a lot of teams would have maybe expected a similar circle based off of the playing path, because if for anyone who maybe isn't aware, that phase 1 circle does have to be touching the initial playing path. So I think most teams expected it to be Los Leones over to the east somewhere. I wonder now, with these southern teams like Hall of Game, GRINDMORE, that now need to make a really major rotation into zone, how they're going to cope with this, whether this even crossed their mind as a possibility off of that playing path. Maybe if it was a slightly different path, they could have predicted it a bit better. We might have seen some alt drops come out.
Yeah, the problem with this is I've had this conversation on PSL as well. We have this rule that the plane path needs to be the first circle needs to touch the plane path. But like we just saw here, Chunks, that gives a lot of leeway for the circles to still go far, far away. Only the edge really needs to judge, as we're looking at the absolute gamer sense from Salty here right now. Not too bad. 1728, a little bit of a stretched res going on, but. You touched on Hall of Game, definitely a team that is in the biggest trouble here right now, because not only are they far away from the circle, they also have a lot of teams around them, which is going to make it very awkward to leave on early. PolishPower, they're a team that moves very early, and right now Vampire Game is trying to punish them for it.
He's messed up here, and I'll tell you exactly why. He's got a VSS in his back pocket. You get those extra style points if you pull that out, but it's actually Norkis. Oh no, he ends up crashing into a telephone pole, and now things become a bit of a rescue mission for PolishPower. But that doesn't matter because the rest of the squad were that on point. They were communicating that well. Cappy just did a 180, drove back, got the kill, gets his teammate back up. This is why PolishPower are one of those wildcard teams. They are up there as one of the best in the region, without a doubt, and that just absolutely demonstrates why.
I mean, also, what a teammate, right? Instantly spins his car 180, just goes for the drive-by. Who cares? This is one guy, he's knocked my teammate. I don't give a damn. I'm flying on in there. This is absolute classic PolishPower play. They rotate early, they rotate close together, and they're a bit of a death ball coming through in circle one because they will stick so close together, and if they see one player that's shooting at them, they don't see that as a threat. They see that as a weakness, as a target, and they instantly punish you for it. Beautiful play there from Cappy, and if you're a team that loses close to PolishPower, coming back to my earlier point, you don't want to be taking shots unless you're making 100% sure that A, you're shooting the last player only, and B, you can finish it quickly.
So, I think we should maybe take a minute here for anyone who doesn't have a map feed open right now, because things are starting to look very messy inside the zone. Everyone is playing all around the same location, and that's why we see so many early game engagements happening. mForce also trying to take some shots, as Killsteal in a very tricky position is going to be taken out. It's good to see that Thunder are able to get some early game points here, because with the way that their previous game started, they need to start stacking them up quick, and honestly, it's a good roster. I see no reason that this shouldn't be a good game for them.
No, like I said, nice little rebalance, but there's the death ball again. Look at your minimap. Look at Kemba. This is not looking pretty for him. There's a certain bunch of memes that come to mind when I see that minimap right now. He's getting walked up on from every angle, but Marsalek, he's got no idea. He's got his nade out, and that flush is probably the least clean flush I've seen in the last 4 weeks, but it doesn't matter. That's PolishPower losing one, and it's not just one, it's Marsalek. Who tends to be sort of their MVP in a lot of tournaments, and Kemba even gets away with his life here. So early aggression from PolishPower, as always, but it doesn't always pay off like this.
Certainly doesn't, as Bystanders now start sweeping their way through this compound. They know that there's someone here, obviously having heard the shots taken by Vorix earlier, but they maybe don't know the specific position. Vorix has to be so careful not to make any noise, as his teammate is there to try and provide a little bit of high ground support. He needs to do it quick, but unfortunately, the shots haven't been able to land. He's going for the boost, as, I mean, Bystanders start to sweep through. I assume that the shots that came out right there are potentially going to defend Vorix from getting pushed just now, but it makes you think if Bystanders are able to maybe get a couple smokes out the window, it will allow them to push out the front door to not only play that front wall, but also to finish off Vorix.
Yeah, it's definitely what they want, but it's getting made so awkward by the SLR there, holding them back. Dogs are doing a good job, and even if they want to clear them out, they would have to use so many smokes, and then maybe you will see Vorix dip into those smokes, make it even harder. So either they're going to use a lot of utility, or they're going to try to find a knock towards Dogza. The other side of mForce, though, is Kemba down here on this lower ground. He's spotted out by Cappy, he's naded by Norkis, and he's not having a very good time, but so far he's staying alive, and he's hoping and he's praying that there's another team in the lobby that maybe put some pressure towards the PolishPower boys, because if they are free to do whatever, and the rest of mForce is so busy with the Bystanders, he's just not going to get out of there, Kemba.
The question becomes, for a team like this or for a fight like this, how long can you viably stay here for? As the nade comes out, Vuptrox has been, I don't want to say spotted, but it seems like they're aware of his position. They're not kind of guessing, is he in here? It's a question of where is he? Vuptrox just going to be holding. But Bystanders, obviously an extremely strong team with amazing communication on their side. They are one of those squads that seem to bounce off of each other just so well. And it makes you think they could potentially end up trapping Vuptrox here. And this is what I mean. They've got one player up top trying to cause a distraction for the SLR, while the rest of the team slowly but surely sweep down the ground floor in an attempt to try and protect it.
Yeah, and I think if the only problem that the Bystanders have is that Flamey is not really able to help them out. So for now, they're just in the compound, and a 1v2 for Vuptrox on the outside. That's very winnable. He finds one, dips around the corner, and now that support's going to come in. There's the SLR from Dogza, and just like that, that is exactly what the Bystanders were trying to avoid. Now, Util's going to come out, flushes are going to start happening, and Herky, he's completely alone in this compound. Flamey, nowhere close, needs to make the play with the car, as Doxa is already coming in to support.
They need to push this rapid fire. Get some nades upstairs. Mollies everywhere that you can. Just get in there and sweep through, because you do not want this to end up being a 2v2 fight, which, unfortunately, now that Bystanders have been able to get a player up the stairs, appears to be the case, especially the Molotovs on the ground floor. It's actually working in Bystanders' favor here, whether mForce realize that or not, because now mForce can't push upstairs. Sure, they're going to be trapped. Sure, now there's nades coming through, but you maybe would have thought go for it around the staircase where you'd expect players to be. Vuptrox opens up, takes down Hjort. That will finish off the job as Flamey finally starts to move his way in. It's the same thing that happened to the other team, where now Vuptrox and Dogza are both trying to get up the staircase with Flamey as that unknown factor, holding off angle, trying to get any position through a window, a door, and that could prevent mForce from making the push.
Yeah, the tables have turned quite a bit here. Suddenly the Bystanders are the defenders, and suddenly the Bystanders are the one grouping up. But how sad is mForce that Kemba is stuck below PolishPower there? If he was there and could have helped out his team, they maybe could have already dealt with the Bystanders. And look at that, Flamey with the bolt, knocks one down, and just like that, from the defender standpoint, Bystanders become the aggressive now. This has flipped quite a few times. There's a good flash coming out from Doxa. He's got the micro Uzi, definitely not a bad weapon for a situation like that. But the Bystanders, they instantly go back up the stairs because they know that Util will now come out by Doxa, and they know that he will want to make a play as they are busy getting the flush. Smoke's in the doorway though. Molly's up on the stairs, so not a whole lot to do. And there's Herky finding him over the top of that smoke. mForce, they lose 3. Well, they got 2 kills, but that's all she wrote for now.
Time to play for placement, I guess, for Kemba. It's unfortunate to say, but it's the reality that they are going to have to face as Bystanders. Well, they made a lot of noise, and of course that means an aggressive team is going to be the one to try and make a push onto this. Keanu has flushed out Dogzers, so we'll be able to confirm that point. But WeAreWho have now crashed in without too much info on where exactly these players are going to be, and Flamey could be that unknown factor. But for now, it seems like maybe he does just want to get in the vehicle and get out of here. He is in no man's land, it feels like right now, so separated from the rest of his team with a whole squad in the middle. Yeah,
and Kiliakai is getting on the roof. Flamey has no idea. He's going to take so much damage. He has to dip back down. Nades are going to come over. The question is, will they guess where he is behind this building? And yes, they do. Even there was a second nade ready by WeAreWho, and an interesting play from them. They just pull on up. They don't give a care in the world. They're not rotating into circle, they're rotating into the Bystanders, and they've already taken out another one. We saw that on the split screen cam there as well, that mForce has done even more damage to PolishPower now. And so all of these teams that we see fighting on early, not really getting the better end of the stick. Kiliakai does good damage into the car, but not into the players just yet. There's the SLR ringing out. No tires have been popped, and there they go. Now the car just struggling to get up these hillsides. It feels like it's a matter of time until it blows up. But WeAreWho, they can't connect as many shots as they would have wanted to there.
And now they have info on exactly where Bystanders are going to be. They're going to try and make something out of it, but Bystanders have already kind of moved from their dip over towards some more hard cover. On the other side of things, though, let's take a look over at this fight. Austrian Force, Sakura, Zensen, and Thunder all sharing what's basically a 100 meter square patch right now. They are in such a high pressure situation, and that's down to the fact that everyone wants to be center and nobody wants to go go into that city just yet. All the hillsides are taken.
Yeah.
Anything that is kind of a low prio compound has just shot up in priority to, okay, this is everything we can grab because we do not want to push into the town just yet.
No, they don't. And like you said, that's basically everything that's high priority right now, maybe together with what the allStars have, but we'll have another look at that beautiful nade from Kiliakai. I said they have to guess where on the wall Flamey is, left, right, center, and Kiliakai just chooses the center because he knows that player's low. If he's on the left and I nade the middle, that should be just fine. mForce and Hall of Game, two other teams building a bit of pressure on that northern side as we have our circle about to come on in. We'll see where we go from here, and if the teams in the center will be rewarded for their few prior spots. And well, so I would say, Chunks. It goes hard northwest, but those compounds still are almost the best you can grab right now.
I'd say so, yeah. I mean, as much as you don't really have high ground, you kind of have mutually assured destruction to the extent that anyone who tries to push in is then going to have to deal with two other teams. So it might actually work to their favor, but if another squad does try to push in, or maybe a couple too many players, that's when a fight could really kick off. It'd be like, you know, lighting the fuse on anything. It will just pop off so quick. So now as Sakura, Zensen try to take some shots, as much noise as they make, as many knocks and as much damage they're probably going to do, I don't think it's going to count for much other than holding other teams out of the compound.
Yeah, they're going to play a similar game to game number one. They're going to play this compound with all they got. They're going to stay inside for as long as possible, and then they should have ways to push on out. They just hope that they don't end up in the center, squashed between multiple teams. They hope that they can start playing an edge. As right now on the eastern edge, we see the Bystanders still struggling under the pressure of WeAreWho. They did not only destroy their car, they also took two of them down, or I should say the second player of them down, and right now Breaks well. He's got a player in his open sights. Herky, he's got a few millimeters of cover there, but with two other WeAreWho players getting closer and closer there on the left side of Breaks' scope, the nades are going to be coming out. His days are more than numbered. Keanu, he can try and help a little bit from the town, but surely not enough to stop three players from WeAreWho here, especially with two more mollies coming out of Kiliakai. Herky steps out of the smoke, and there is the cleanup. Kiliakai, he wasn't having a great game one. It was all Itzkris and Marco. But now he shows up big with two entries onto the Bystanders. And once again, that's WeAreWho, very aggressive on the edges, trying to make space. They're not trying to find space, they're trying to make it.
No, and it's working so far for them. They've got themselves 2 kills on the board, but the downside now is, okay, they've ran this far in the open on foot. Bystanders still have a player up, and they don't really have any way to get in safely. They're going to try, though, and as will DIVAN, as Reps is going to be there to take down one. The rest of the squad continue to take the DMR fire. As much as we say nothing coming of it, there's the potential of spinning out a tire here, just denying vehicles for that late game, which is almost when they become much more important. Enterprise, though, starting to open up onto 4 dogs, but it's going to be a tricky one as Yanni's a little bit wide from his team.
He's a little bit wide, and I mean, they are now grouping up. They are trying to make this push work because they know if they don't push this position, they have no idea what they do in the next circle. So they're trying to get aggressive here. They're trying to find an opening knock, but if the 4 dogs can deny that opening, it's going to get hard for Enterprise. And for now, it's going the other way. Ripper finds one into Enterprise. Jam has a good off angle as well. Look at the damage coming into all of these players. Yanni, he finds one back almost. He does get taken out by Duff, though. And that's tough times for Enterprises now. Jam almost down to 1 HP, but this fight, it does have to happen because Circle has gone so far away.
Jam was so low right there. I don't know how he managed to make it out. It's all down to Dedrix left up. He's got full health, though, and he takes Duff down to none. Tries to re-peek, finds a second. Ripper's still going to be standing, but unfortunately for him, it's not going to be enough. 4 dogs down to 2, but they should be able to get the whole pack back up. With plenty of bodies to loot from Enterprise, they should have a decent number of meds to actually make it into this zone. They shouldn't have to worry too much about taking damage here.
Yeah, I mean, and at least they've gotten the kill points now. They've already salvaged this game before it was even lost for them. Circle is rough. Rotations are going to be tough. But at least they got a few kill points on the board now as this fight has concluded. NoNameYet, they pull up onto Hall of Game. And oh, that's a nice little tap to the head. A little love tap by Filu. But they quickly realize that this is a tough fight to take. This is a position with a lot of sidelines, especially by PolishPower there on that northeastern side, and WeAreWho on the mountaintops. But we can see the edges, Chunks. Everyone is trying to struggle for any sort of terrain in the circle because there isn't all that much hard cover. So people are trying to grab whatever they can, and a lot of them have to fight with their lives.
Alpengard going to try and fight with his. He kind of is that off-angle player for DIVAN, but as Nordskiff now gives away his position, almost gets taken out, it will kind of change the way they have to take this fight. Alpengard is going to be moving back to Sahar, and it looks like they're going to try and go a little bit more southern with their rotate instead of northern. They've still got vehicles to work with, and as now mForce fall out in 14th place, we get ready to see that Phase 5 pop.
We do, and this is pretty much the downside to PolishPower. They are incredibly good at team fights. They're incredibly aggressive early game. But when it comes to tough rotations and making something out of a bad game, they're not up there with the top. Still, I think overall, contender for this lobby to make it through. But this is pretty much where they don't shine. Austrian Force, though, they found a double knock onto GRINDMORE in the kill feed. It's looking like Paints wants a whole lot more than just knocks, but he instantly gets punished. He gets a flush through, but it's looking like he almost might pay with his life there. Smokes have come out from Austrian Force, but look at that HP bar. Paints, he's gone, and that's going to be tough times for Austrian Force. In the center, they were hoping to stay 4 alive here, and they trade Paints for what is probably going to be 2 kills in the end.
12 teams now remain, but only 41 players. So a couple teams hemorrhaging squad members. As now a nice knock coming out from allStars Gaming. I can't help but notice here the Winchester as the backup. That has to take a certain level of confidence from these guys. Even after, you know, what wasn't a massive game 1 for them, they're still feeling good. And anytime I get to see a winning comp, I'm happy.
100%. I mean, it's probably an early rotation coming out of the All-Stars that leads to us seeing a Vini there. But when you come down to Circle 5 or 6, those 8x minis, they start being a little bit less effective, or a little bit less necessary, I should say, and the Vini suddenly comes into play. Circle, though, goes hard northeast, and, well, basically everyone on that western side is struggling for dear life right now. 4 dogs, the WeAre team, Misfits, first ascended past GRINDMORE, instantly lose 1, instantly flushed up by a different team. Blazers finds another, and look at them, they're just lining them up, and there's so much help from afar as well. The Misfits just got completely annihilated on that push. And I'd say, well, WeAre team, they're probably next in line.
And as early on as it is, that does knock mForce out of the top 4. So we're starting to see that leaderboard get shook up. The teams that did well in game number 1, or even in the first half of this match, now starting to struggle. It looks like 4 dogs, though, are going to be able to finish off the job as Duff moves his way in. GRINDMORE fall out in 11th, but this is one hell of a send right here. Game 6 scrim strategy coming out as Doid lands a headshot. That nearly converted into a kill, and there it is. Nice damage coming through. The Molotov's also going to be there. Poro goes down. Sani also falling. This molly is absolutely huge. Squay is still off to the side as Surfy tries to get himself a heal off. He will have success, but he's literally pinched between a rock and a hard place right now. Trapped between the vehicle and the rock as he does get up. Duff spots the head, but they lose Doid in return. It's down to a 1 versus 1 as the flush comes out under the vehicle. Duff now realizes there's still someone else. He's looking round, but as Marbo comes in with the third party, that's going to be 4 dogs out, narrowly missing out on placement points.
Narrowly missing out, but getting quite a bunch of kills there in the process. Good pull-up. Remember, the dogs, they were all the way on that southern side, had to make such a rough rotation in, and they salvaged that beautifully. WeAreWho still on the edge. This time, it's the northern side, and it's NoNameYet bringing the damage. Brex already knocked and flushed. Kiliakai on the fire as well, trying to dodge that molly in the smoke that we saw being so impactful in that last game. DIVAN struggling it out in the compound with Hall of Game. I think just down to Godrilla and NoNameYet. They're just looking to close out everything that's north side of the road, and it's looking like they're doing a good job so far.
Lord Skiff still holding as Hall of Game trapped in the blue. Alpengard doing what he can to provide cover for God Drillers. There it is. Nicely done. Hall of Game. They get themselves 1 placement point out of the match. Sure, it's not as many as you would have hoped, but looking at the map, looking at how many teams are holding out this compound, it's not really a surprise as they start trading left, right, and center. Alpengard and Nordskif each finding 1, but Monkey trades it and makes it just a little bit harder for DIVAN to make a push, bearing in mind that they only have 2 players as it is. Sahar tries to go around to the side, does confirm a flush, but it's Marbo from range yet again getting involved in a fight that doesn't concern you. Just let them battle it out.
Yeah, but WeAreWho is not letting them battle it out, but it looks like they've just been completely shut out by Shiv. They were third party, and they thought this is our time. 2 knocks onto NoNameYet, but Shiv takes down 2. Nixie cleans up the other. WeAreWho are out, and NoNameYet, well, their days definitely seem to be numbered. You can see that Monkey is just trying to dodge the Austrian force boys on the south. Sahar, the only one left on his north. Where team Square also having eyes on this, trying to take some more kill points away. And remember, these kill points, they basically count double because they give you a secured placement as well. Monkey has got the 3-gear barrel on the low ground, and low ground's not all that bad when you've got so many teams looking at you, and you've got so many teams third-partying because they can't see you. They can definitely see DIVAN.
The problem now becomes, if Austrian force switch of all their attention, which is exactly what they're doing, can that final player from DIVAN come out and make some noise and potentially finish off Monkey? It doesn't seem like it. Austrian force, they took their opportunity to shoot while the players were rotating. As soon as they were in a strong position, Austrian force thought, okay, let's refocus our attention, make sure we're not getting snuck up on. And it seems like, honestly, DIVAN Sahar has been able to get over and out the way. It doesn't look like anyone from Austrian force is looking in this direction, but I think he knows that if he opens himself up over this hill, Marbo is going to be able to see him, and Gargi will get the kill. 6th place for DIVAN as we start to see some real leaderboard shifts. A lot of pressure on these 2 bottom squads, it feels like. 3 and 2 kills respectively, 6 and 5 points. They want to stack more up. Unfortunately, Where team not really going to be able to.
No, not really going to be able to, as Monkey finds himself a nice little shack to hide on out. And Austrian force, well, they have to start realizing the south is creeping up on them. I said Sakura Z, they were going to play this as late as possible and then walk out on the hill, and they're doing just that right now. Austrian force, they have to be so careful. This is tough times for them to hold because they have no idea when and how Sakura Z are going to make the move. And Sakura Z, they haven't really had to do anything, and they've also still got 4 members up. Remember Payne's getting flushed out earlier? That's now going to come back to bite the Austrian force boys. And so far, Zucker, he's very well aware that this is a possibility, but because of how the terrain works out, he could easily still get caught if Nixie or Salty just find the right moment.
It's a scary thought, isn't it? We saw what Sakura Zensen were able to do with 3 players, even 2 when it got to the end game. Now they're 4 players strong. They played a whole match as 4, and they are in such a strong position. Austrian force could cause them problems, but it looks like now they are going to start making the push. Salty does land a couple of shots over towards Zoka, but as Gargi goes for the boost, that might be a bit of a mistiming. Nixie throws over the nade, takes down Zoka, and this is going to be the opening that Austrian force were now hoping would not come. Sakura Zensen going to try and make the most out of it. Only 3 kills for them so far, not as big a performance as last game, but to be able to make it into the top 4 2 games in a row is already going to get enough points on the board for you.
Yeah, and I mean, they're a strong contender to win this game out. They got Techers on the southern side still, holding everyone else back in the circle, making sure Thunder can't make a play, making sure their eastern side and their back is clear. And now Austrian force, they completely have to run away from this. They give this up entirely, and they give up the entire power position on that hill over to Sakura Z, who can now use that position to try and start farming these points. I think Austrian force from the north and Monkey from the shack, they're going to help out a little bit. Thunder, they've got absolutely nothing to play. They're going to get torn apart here in a matter, it's only a matter of time at this point, but the interesting thing is, can Austrian force still muster any resistance, or is this just fall in the way of Sakura Z, the back-to-back?
You know what the strat right now is? You turn on all chat if you're Austrian force and you say, hey, Thunder, peek. You know, and you say, we're going to shoot them together. That, it feels like the only way that you can stop a team like this. Obviously, you know, having the high ground, having an amazing split, 4 kills to go with it. Decent in terms of the damage that they're putting out. Salty there with the bolt. Sure, he hasn't really been able to connect with too much, hasn't got any kills, but he's been putting in the assists. If you look at that, 4 assists so far. He's been involved with every single kill the team have got. The only problem may become ammo in that bolt, but you only fire 1 bullet at a time, so it's not too concerning. Double, though, going to get caught with more than 1 bullet, make it 4, as he does get taken out by Nixie. Mika looking like he maybe just wants to deny to zone, but in the end, it's a Molotov that finishes off the job. Sakura, Zensen switch up their attention now as Austrian Force tried their best to move that into a rotation opportunity, but Salty is still there covering, only 16 bullets in reserve, and it didn't look like he spotted Marbo then.
No, and I mean, he's got the information from his team there as well. Both of the players spotted. No, Salty knows he can now make the move, knows he can get aggressive and take all the angles. But Sakura Z, they're not even just concerned with winning the game at this point. They want to take every single kill. Monkey next in line, proning out in the shack, but he wins that out. The 3-gear and the barrel, they win it for him. They cost Sakura Z a player, and that could have been so bad if they didn't get the trade knock into Austrian Force at the same time. Now Marble, he needs to do it all. He needs to find some absolute hero knocks onto Salty or onto He-Man, but they are going to slow things down. Sakura Z, they're going to make sure to not give him all too many chances. He's coming around the smoke, and just as I say that, Nixie, he's charging it down. Marble, he's doing so much damage, brings this down into a 1v2.
It looks like Sakura Zensen maybe thought that Austrian Force were going for the revive and that they were going to be able to get Nixie in the off angle, and it was going to be relatively plain sailing, but because of that small mistiming, thinking they were reviving a lot quicker than they actually did, now they're in a bit of a trickier position. It is a 2 versus 2. As Sakura Zensen, look at Salty. He is so limited on ammo. He might just have to go down to quick scoping with the bolt to make this work. He needs to spot out Marbo and Quick to be able to convert something, because if he's taking on both players at once with 20 bullets in his gun, you have to feel like things aren't going to go his way. He-Man just going to be holding back, covering, as Sakura Zensen do get back up to 3 players standing. The nade, though, nearly denies it. A little bit shorter, and it would have been over for that downed player.
Yeah, and the only thing that Sakura Z had going for them there is they delayed that for so long that Austrian Force already thought the res had come through. So they don't go aggressive because they think it's already 3. And that fact gives Sakura Z enough time to actually bring it back to 3. Salty, he's on that low ground lurk. I think he's been heard there, judging by the response of Gagi. And once again, if Austrian Force, if they single out that solo player, Marble peeks on over, and he has no idea. He hasn't actually heard this. He steps out into the open. It's 50 damage dealt. It's almost no bullets left. And it doesn't matter. Marble, once again, steps up huge for Austrian Force, and he does not get traded. 2v2 situation. Sakura Zensen, they're making the push, but they're expecting more players on that lower ground. They're getting open to Nixie. He finds the first. Marble, he's got to do it all.
Nixie tries to open up with the barrel, doing what he can to make something happen, but it just doesn't appear to be enough as of yet. It is a 2 versus 1, but we've seen Marbo clutch out these situations before. His biggest problem, yet again, has to be ammo count. He's only got 7 bullets in reserve, unless he wants to drop that many, but then it'll make it a whole lot harder to take the fight onto Nixie up the hill. It appears, though, that he swaps over to the Mini, sees the head of Nixie, goes for a quick jiggle peek, but can't really afford to spend any more utility, any more bullets on that fight when they know there's a player so close. Austrian Force have now been kind of bullied out to the edge of the zone. Sakura Zensen a dead center. They're split as well. As long as Marbo is able to identify these fights, he stands a chance, but unfortunately he isn't able to, and that's 2 chicken dinners back to back for Sakura Zensen, albeit a big difference in the number of kills.
100%, and that looked shaky at the end. That looked like Marble was just going to put a stop to them. I think he stepped up huge there for Austrian Force, made so many problems just appear out of thin air for Sakura Z there. And, well, if they don't get the res onto Nixie, you said if that nade was just a little bit shorter, that's suddenly a 2v1 for Austrian Force. At the end, that 1v2 was unwinnable, and 17 points for Austrian Force is something that they will be fairly happy with. Sakura Z, though, another big point game for them, Chunks.
I can't wait to see the overall standings in a second, see how that looks. But we have to take into account those teams that had a tricky game 1, maybe made something happen in game 2. Teams like Thunder, for instance, they only managed to get 2 kills that game, but 4 placements at least gets them on the board. The real concern now is if there are any teams that are playing tonight that are yet to get points on the board, and I don't think that's the case, thankfully, but if we see a Group C team up on that leaderboard on the top 16, I'd be a little bit concerned.
Yeah, 100%. Especially once again, we talk about it so much. It's only 6 games, right? And if you're starting off poor, that can definitely carry over, as we see Marvel there. At this time, damage transferred into numbers for Austrian 4. 6 kills for him, 6 kills for Duff, and then Nixie there on 3rd place, 5 for Sakura Z. I think when we see the damage, it's probably going to be heavily in favor of Sakura Z, if I'm not completely off here. And there we are. Nixie, well, a little bit more in favor, not heavily. Marble just absolutely popping off there.
Absolutely, that is the case. Duff also up there in terms of the damage there for his team. Impressive to see, considering that they, you know, did struggle when it came to the later game, even though earlier on they were doing so well. Looking at the head-to-head, though, between Marbo and Duff, it doesn't feel like there was too much of a difference. They both got the same number of kills. Granted, Duff actually got less damage, but if you look at the headshots he was able to get, that maybe explains, okay, he was able to take them down a little quicker, didn't get the extra body shots in. That might explain it there. But honestly, I think this is a really good head-to-head graphic because it shows just how evenly matched 2 of the top players in the lobby from that match actually were.
Yeah, and I think it's just the playstyle that sort of transfers that into little damage into more kills for Duff, because we saw the dogs, but we only saw them in straight up fights. They flew into a team on the western edge, and just before that, we saw them taking out Enterprise in a 4v4 on the southern edge. So just straight up fights, no real time for him to damage farm at all. And that means less damage is going to transfer into more kills for him. He's knocking, he's finishing low players. We saw that molly, that was completely huge in that crash. And good to see Duff up there, good to see the 4 dogs. They're one of these fresher mixed teams that I think no one had on their radar, but they've been performing really well so far.
Could almost call it a dogfight. Anyway, that's game number 2 out the way. We are going to take a quick break, but we will be back in just a few minutes with our final Mirror game of the evening before switching over to Erangel. So, don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 EU West Regional Playoffs. My name is Chunks. I am joined by the one and only Kovo. And Kovo, we always talk about how PCS is probably the most competitive event, at least in regional competitions. Can we really say that anymore? What the hell just happened with our first two games? Back-to-back chicken dinners already.
Yeah, I mean, Sakura Z completely popping off there. I'd say no surprise in some sense. They're really fight-heavy teams, and they have managed to take positions that allow them to stay alive to the late game for free, and then fight it out from there. So no surprise to see them here with 41 points. We'll see how they can keep that up. I am excited to see how they perform. So far, looking extremely solid. But another interesting thing for me is, Chunks, Austrian Force have done the same when you look at the positions. They've basically taken compounds early game that allowed them to carry it out all the way till circle 6, 7 and play from there. But while they've been successful, they've not been nearly as successful as Sakura Z.
No, I think that's why we're seeing them consistently in the late game, and it kind of doesn't matter. As hard as that is to say, look, if you're a team like Austrian Force, you're consistently getting into late game scenarios, it means you are going to be stacking up some points along the way. So being the second best team and being able to do that consistently is good enough. Ideally, though, you want to start taking those chicken dinners away from Sakura Zensen, especially as we wrap up Miramar for the evening, because we are headed over to Erangel next. And there's a lot of squads, it feels like, maybe struggle with the transition. They maybe take a game or two to switch things up. Do you think that now is the opportunity, if you are maybe a team like Austrian Force, when we finish this map, we head over to Erangel, you get a good start, you go with similar strategies, can that change the tide of things, or do you think that Sakura Z are just doing so well right now, there's kind of no stopping them?
I think it's a bit of both. Sakura Z are going to be hard to stop in fights right now. They are just going to be strong, and they are going to be confident. One thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is Austrian Force rotations have been superb so far. But there will be games where you just can't get that compound. That compound's already taken. You're not finding anything in the center that you really like. And then you gotta start winning these fights. So I'm a lot less concerned for Sakura Z, because I feel like if they mess up their rotations, if they get scrappy, if they take random fights at the edge, in the blue, whatever, they'll be completely fine. Austrian Force, they're going to be a little bit sad that they missed out on making more out of these two games, because that really could have been exactly... They could have been standing where Sakura Z is right now.
Yep. As we hop into game number 3 of the evening, though, our final Miramar of the night, and our final Miramar in these groups, it feels like. You know, obviously we still have tomorrow and Sunday for these teams to be able to scrap it out, but at least for these two groups, this is the last time they're going to be battling head-to-head, and it makes you wonder, do you think that now that there is going to be a bit of a change in groups, when we go into tomorrow, when we go into Sunday, do you think there's going to be a major change in the way the leaderboards stack up now that other teams are coming through? Granted, there's going to be teams jumping up positions, taking spots away, but in terms of the squads that are already in the lobby, do you expect to see a lot of them swapping out spots, or is it maybe a bit too early to tell?
Always hard to tell how 8 different teams shape up a lobby, especially when so many of these teams come out of open qualifiers, come out of wildcards, have gone through roster changes, etc., etc. But I think the major thing that you'll always see on the leaderboard is when a team performs above the class of the lobby, it feels like. So Sakura Z right now, they've had 2 fantastic games, and they've been able to sponge up so many kill points and so many points that it becomes tough for anyone to catch up. So when another team like that joins the lobby, and you're looking maybe at an mForce, maybe at a Thunder, a Bystanders, they need to catch up, right? They've got work to do. They've got a ways to go. And then another team comes in and does the same thing that Sakura Z just did today. Then you're suddenly struggling to find these points because you're getting so many of them just swooped up already in front of your nose.
Absolutely. It's about being able to make something happen here, and that's going to be hard and easier said than done for a lot of these squads, because look at this zone to start things off. We are going hard down to the south. We've had a lot of eastern plains, it feels like, but now we're getting that southern kind of circle. I wonder how hard this is going to be for the teams because of how much space is just taken up so early on.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of space is water. And then a lot of spaces Los Leones where teams don't really want to be all that early. So this is definitely a really tricky circle, but it's a little bit of justice. If you think about last game, we were talking about Hall of Game, GRINDMORE, and how far they had to go to make it into this circle. Now they're getting one basically on their doorstep. So no one can really complain about the Miramar circles. I think we've had quite a solid balance. And I'm excited to see how, for example, Hall of Game can do. Now we're looking at these stats there on the left of our screen. The average damage is 1,700 for Sakura Z. The average survival time is, well, as high as it can get realistically, because they've basically just won both these games, right? But more than 10 kills a game, 2 wins in a row. There's nothing all too much to be said about these stats because they've just been absolutely blasted in the lobby.
It makes you wonder, doesn't it? Okay, when can we start reading into the stats? After 3 games, can we read into it then? 4 games? Maybe if they can keep that performance going, is that when we can start looking at it? Because it feels like we are so hesitant to say, okay, they're popping off, they're the best team in the lobby already, but it's hard, isn't it? Because it feels like the momentum is just with them right now. It feels like things can't go wrong for them, even though, granted, they are undoubtedly going to have some troubles at some point. It's just a question of when and how do they recover from them.
Yeah, I think you made a really good point when you said, well, this is the last Miramar for these 2 groups, and I was sort of like, wow, yeah, that's true. I mean, that's it. That's the only 3 games these 2 lobbies are going to play Miramar versus each other. So it definitely is going to be hard to read into stats early on. I'll probably start looking at them after the day when we have 6 games in the bag. But I mean, this is a pretty good start. A start that's been really spoiling us with the observing and with the graphics. That's a far lead on blue damage taken by WeAreWho, and I think that goes to show a little bit how they approach the games.
There's some CD6 level stats right here. If you know that man does so much. But yeah, I love being able to really do a deep dive, getting all these fancy graphics. I just can't wait to see what they bust out in the finals, honestly, because if we're getting all these fancy graphics just for day 1 of the qualifiers, imagine what the grand final is going to be like. Production right now is on another level, so I'm very excited about it. I hope that we can just live up to the expectation, though, as now GRINDMORE, they're just going to be getting in early. Can't blame them, honestly, with the way that this position is set up, the way it is inside zone. The only teams they could face problems with are actually those coming over the hillside from Los Leones and potentially crashing in, but you very rarely see teams send it down that hill with you know, vehicles. They usually prefer to make it down on foot in the little divots, using it as cover rather than making a loud aggressive push.
Yeah, I agree. That's a compound that very, very rarely gets aggressed on early games. So GRINDMORE, they put themselves in a very central spot with a lot of information around them and a lot of safety, so to speak, because no one's really, like you said, no one's really going to crash it. No one's really going to get all too aggressive. Hall of Game, very different game plan for them, widely split amongst the southern side of Los Leones here, as we see Thunder, Bystanders, NoNameYet all about to be clashing a little bit on that northeastern side, which is, well, it's one of the main routes into the circle are the dirt roads on the eastern side of Los Leones, so it's understandable that we're going to see so much movement around these areas.
Absolutely. As I mean, I kind of touched on it in game number 1, didn't I? Miramar is one of those maps where any rotation that you make, you're gonna have to pass through a choke point, and it's about being able to do that strategically, doing it without giving too much away too early on, without, you know, just sending it, but also doing it efficiently and making sure that you have time to make those rotations through, that if someone does try to block you off, you have a secondary path already set up. So I think that's going to be an important thing that a lot of these teams maybe neglect sometimes when it comes to preparing for Miramar. So hopefully that's not going to be the case. We're not going to see too many road camps coming out, but I think that by the time phase 2, phase 3 comes, a lot of teams are going to maybe opt away from using vehicles just because of the nature of the terrain. It might be more beneficial to go on foot and do it silently than it is to struggle getting through the hillsides and making a lot of noise.
Yeah, I think the name of the game is set yourself in a position where when you have to leave, you're able to do it on foot. That's basically the goal, and that's what people strive for in a circle like this, where, like you said, rotations on vehicle are extremely rough in an area like this. Coming down the northern roads, coming down the eastern roads, not going to be all too hard, but once you move into that that southern square where we see a Hall of Game, WeAre team, the Dogs, and we'll see a lot more teams there in a matter of minutes. That's where it gets really tricky to rotate. Bystanders, they are coming down the eastern road. This is their alternate loot drop in Puerto Paraíso, so they know this area really well, and they should be able to find a comfortable and confident way in here on that eastern coast.
It feels like right now, with the way that this zone is kind of unfolding, a lot of teams are maybe leaving it a little bit later to go send it. It feels like in our first couple of games, everybody just sent it straight to the middle early. And while that's true to an extent, we're starting to see teams go with these wider rotations, using the coastline, even just anchoring out on the side, because I think they realize with how contested things are in the center, if we do get a hard shift, they can kind of play that gamble and not have to rotate. And then if it hard shifts the opposite direction, they can kind of go with a long rotate and still avoid most of the teams in the center. So I think that's something that's an interesting strategy, but it looks like Bystanders potentially don't even want to avoid a fight. They're just sending it straight in, even after having shots taken at them.
Yeah, that's the problem with these extreme Miramar circles. There's not all that many routes into the zone. So if you come down a route like this eastern road and you see there's people in front of you, sometimes you just do have to commit because there's no other option. Where do the Bystanders go? If they want to turn back and drive up the road to the west, they've got mForce waiting for them. If they want to stay here, they've got WeAreWho coming on in behind them. And there we are, observers already showing that off for us. They're doing a really good job today, Chunks. I'm pretty happy with what we're all being shown today. And well, the Bystanders, they have committed, but they've also not made any aggressive moves, so now they are about to be pinched.
Seems so, as obviously with players moving in behind, it is going to be a dangerous one. You wonder whether they'll actually push into Bystanders or whether they are okay with playing Puerto. And for now, it seems like they're pretty happy with their current position, which is probably for the best if you are Bystanders. But now you have to start thinking, okay, what about next zone? What about when this pops? How do Bystanders get out of there? And outside of just fighting everyone, I don't really see a way that that can happen very easily for them. So we'll have to find out, as now GRINDMORE just going to be posting up, popping some boosts. I guess not really too much going on right now in the grand scheme of things as we just wait for phase one to finish closing.
Yeah, pretty static on our teams as we see X-Rebs there getting a knock with the Bolty. And that is, well, on this map here, on this screen, it looks like a central shift, a northwestern shift, but it is fairly far to the southeast of the land mass, all things considered. So all the teams that were holding onto these edges, an Austrian force and PolishPower coming in from the far west, they're now going to have to make the sends. And well, you spoke about it, road cams, rough rotations. If you don't go on the roads, this is all about to happen now. WeAreWho putting a lot of pressure onto the Bystanders, who will have to group up, but we have so many rotations that are just going to struggle massively here, Chunks.
Not too surprised to see something like this happen in this location, but credit to Bystanders for being able to thread the needle and get out of there. That's maybe something that we thought they were going to struggle with, but being proactive to actually avoid the fight before making a move is really smart. WeAre team, though, it looks like Surfy is going to be playing very close to Team Enterprise, as his teammate a little bit further back won't be able to provide much support. Yanni obviously being in the single story. So right now it just becomes a bit of a waiting game, hoping that Surfy doesn't get hurt out. But if you can think all the way back to, I think it was, you know, the previous season of PSL, not the one just gone, there was a player just laying prone on the back of this compound for like 20 minutes. So who knows with fights like this?
Who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I remember outside in a bush just proning there for ages. But now Enterprise, they're speeding up the pace a little bit. They're clearing this building. We'll probably see them clear the top floor before anything else. That nade, though, from Surfy, I'm not sure if that's meant to draw some attention away. Yanni caught, though, by Sani. Unfortunate for Enterprise. And as that happens, Surfy makes the move, gets instantly punished. And that's a much harder res than the res onto Yanni for Enterprise.
It's a risky one as well. Dedrix is going to be able to flush it out, so no real chance of it coming through, as Enterprise do remain 4 players strong. where team will be taking their first casualty of the game. And I guess that's something that you just have to expect when you play this kind of split, especially with this kind of terrain, because it isn't an easy area to actually make that rotation over to your teammates. As much as you want to say, okay, this team should have gone there and supported their teammate as soon as they took the engagement, it's not that easy. It would have taken such a long time to actually get there and to be able to make anything out of it. And you also forget about the fact that you're lacking info when you take a fight like that. If you just crash in there, you're not going to have any information on it. So I think that what they were able to do there was really the best of a bad situation. When you're this split, there's no getting together.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with more pressure now slowly building from that western side. There wasn't all that much to do. Right now, PolishPower, they do find themselves in the line of sight of Austrian Force, who have jumped them a little bit on the rotate, moved on in front of them. But once again, this is a situation where PolishPower is not afraid to get a little bit too close for comfort, to get a little bit awkward and start making moves. Paints, he sent it down to the warehouse. He's gotten pinpoint position for Austrian Force, but look at Norkis. He's already on the roof. He's so quick on that move up there. And Austrian Force, they got to be ready for it. With Marbo and Sakura in that dip, especially. Gargi, nowhere to be found just yet. So probably not going to see the fight on instantly, but oh my god, Chunks, that's a hard south shift again.
You love to see it, though, because even though the coast is technically playable, I don't really expect any teams to try and play an open beach with very little cover. So it really forces teams to start getting creative with how they actually want to play this, how they want to move, whether they are going to be able to go with the game plan that they previously had or not. My attention has to be drawn, though, to the center of the circle because of how consolidated so many of these teams are, because they're all in compounds together. It's going to make things so tricky to deal with. As now Thunder, well, they are feeling the pain of Miramar's terrain this time around, flipping their vehicles. Sakura Zensen will lose Tekkas, followed by Salty, and after an amazing start to the evening, looking like they could finally show some signs of weakness, it turns out that they can bleed too, Kovo.
Yeah, they do, and I mean, it's one of those things. We talked about rotations being extremely tricky, about teams clashing on the edges on the southern side. Misfits on that small cam, they suffer a very similar fate where they just can't make their rotation through NNY work. And now Nixie, he's so split off from the rest of his squad. Marshall is going to do a little bit of damage. Nixie on the drive-by, not going to connect all too much, but there's more PolishPower members that are about to look on over, and Marshall does not need them. Knocks him down, will clean it up with a car, and it's He-Man and the last one up. And that's a sigh of relief across the whole lobby right now, Chunks, because the giant on the top of the scoreboard has been absolutely shown to have weaknesses, at least.
That is what everyone was kind of hoping for. It feels like as much as you want to see a team pop off and get all of the kills, all of the damage, all the points, we want to have that competition. We want it to be close. So now is the chance for Austrian Force and potentially any other squad in the lobby to start making something happen out of this. Now is your chance to stack up those points. When Group B are finally out of this in a couple days, I think it's Sunday that they're going to be out of it. That is when you get to close the gap. But if you're able to do it now, you're able to do it early on, then you have to go for it. Zeron with a really nice nade, though, as the body shot connects from Dulik. That was really impressive to see. If only it was the head, though, it could have been a whole different story.
Yeah, but maybe that nade can do the job. No, it's a little bit too short, and we've seen these bolties time and time again, Chunks. They've come into fashion. They do so much damage on the body shots. They obviously instantly knock on the headshot, and they're so good at flushing now too. So a lot of damage dealt there with the bolt, as we have GRINDMORE completely sending it into Austrian Force. Remember, GRINDMORE, they were in the center of the circle one, but they've been completely shifted out. They've been forced to make pull-ups work here into Austrian Force, but there's NoNameYet actually clashing with Zeron on the road, and he's playing them for a fool. He's walking around the smokes. He's taken one. He's flushed it out. He's looking for more as well in the 1v2. Can he come around the smoke? Can he find anything? No, he cannot. NoNameYet take a lot of damage in that fight, though, and similar things for GRINDMORE on the western edge.
Not ideal for them, is it? So many teams starting to be in some serious trouble. GRINDMORE are doing what they can to survive and make it through further, but it's not going to be an easy one, especially as there's still players from Austrian Force inside of this compound. And We should probably talk about that, Kovo, because Austrian Force obviously being that kind of second place team who have just been denied twice in a row. This felt like their opportunity to start stacking up those points and mount a bit of a comeback, but it looks like GRINDMORE are just denying everything for them.
Yeah, and I think this comes back to what I was trying to say in the breaks is you're not going to get this many opportunities, and I feel like this game they didn't really have a chance to make anything magical work, and that's where these last few games are going to come back to haunt you. Blazes, nice little shoulder peek around the door there, takes out the last member, and cleans up at least a few points for GRINDMORE, but we do have to mention the circle as well, Chunks. It's gone southeast 3 times in a row now. The Bystanders, they go from being on the edge in Circle 1 to still being on the same edge as our Circle 4 shifts on in, and everyone else on the western side has just had an absolutely rough time. It's another clash for He-Man. It's looking like he's even out of meds at this point. He's just trying to get anything going for Sakura Z. That's good shots onto GRINDMORE, but it's no kill, and the further he has to run, the less chances of him to actually get anything going.
It's tough to see, unfortunately, as now so many teams do really face the wrath of what I always say is the only winner in PUBG, and that's going to be the play zone. So they need to hope they can salvage something out of it, but there is such a long way to go for so many of these teams. Enterprise will be looking out. Grendis is there with a mini 14 to try and attempt to land something, but he's preoccupied knowing that GRINDMORE are coming round the back. It's a team that have caused some problems for other teams in the lobby, but so far Enterprise haven't really had to deal with yet. Now though, they hear the vehicles. Dedric's going to be opening up. It's Yanni who's watching from the front, lands some big damage, and in the end free kill, finds the headshot, but it's not over yet. The rest of GRINDMORE still need to try and make it in. I say the rest, it should be the solo, as Reps drops down prone after getting absolutely beamed with only bandages in hand to try and work with.
It's just rough. So many games are in absolute shambles on this western and northern side. Now Hall of Game already taken 2 knocks. They're trying to take out the remainder of NoNameYet, which is Philo in this position, and they're just suffering from so many angles. mForce as well from the other side. Dogser, out of all things, is going to close things out for Cini and Karks. GRINDMORE fall on the southwest, and everything is just falling apart for these teams. Thunder, they're sitting in the middle, guns blazing, racking up kill after kill. And then on the southern side, you'll see teams like WeAreWho and PolishPower hold out on the beaches. You touched on it earlier, barely playable stuff. And on the northern and western edge, we're going to see more and more casualties even now, Chunks.
It feels like in a zone like this, it starts to get a little bit the pressure starts to mount for a couple of these central teams. As good as their position is, it feels like everyone is looking at them saying, okay, what are you going to do? You need to prove that you deserve this position, because everybody is going to be challenging for it. So now it becomes a bit of a waiting game to see which teams decide to push dead center, which go a little bit slower. It looks like Enterprise are going to play over on the edge, but pulling up in a precarious position. They just about have a ridge, and it's actually kind of working to their advantage because DIVAN aren't really able to get any util to land on them. I speak too soon because that nade was dead on, but just because of how steep the hill is, it makes it really hard to accurately place a nade.
Absolutely. It's harder to nade down these steep ridges than anything else in this game, but right now, it's still tough times for Enterprise on the west, because, well, they're not nearly in where they are right now. Same can be said for allStars. They're making the move in to WeAreWho, but WeAreWho is still 4-man strong in this compound. Well, it's a very hard to push building. It's a very hard to clear building, but pushing up on it, not the worst thing in the world. Brexco steps up on the roof and gets sat down by a nade out of all things that allStars already had prepped, but look at that. Utility coming back, a lot of damage being traded out, and mForce, well, they're ready to benefit once again, coming into the backlines.
Now the question for mForce is about actually surviving here in a bit of a precarious position. Vampire is still outside the zone, but he is going to be able to spot one. Unfortunately, can't connect with the level of spray he maybe hoped for, so switches over to the Mini 14, and by that point, can you blame him? He's already behind cover. I know I'd be in the same position, so allStars just playing this ridge and really relying on the fact that nobody is going to push them. They can't really make anything happen if they get pushed by either team, because they'll be completely pinched. PolishPower, though, they want to push, and I don't think they know about Enterprise on the other side.
They might have heard some nays, they might have realized that something's going on, but they definitely don't have full information, especially not about the 4 dogs that have decided to get interested in this as well. Hard compound to clear out when you have another team just staring in on you from that western side, and it's going to be an absolute bloodbath in a matter of seconds here. As now PolishPower, they're making the move on in. The molly's good onto Sahara. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to escape it, just barely. And look how boxed in DIVAN are now at this point. They're just praying that no util knocks them down. They're just praying that they can hold on for a little while longer. But when they have to leave their buildings, it's gonna be goal time. Look at the minimap though, Chunks. 4 dogs are coming in on as well. And it's just gonna be so messy on that southwestern edge.
Absolutely. I mean, Enterprise doing what they can to try and hold steadfast in their position, but now as 4 dogs start to come down from above, it's going to make it tricky. In the end, though, it's Flamey to take down Dedrix as Bystanders from range also start to get involved. Cappy going to be able to find the flush onto yet another one as he instantly sticks the revive. Enterprise fall. 4 dogs, though, still know there are players inside this compound. Do they understand quite how many? I'm not sure. Alpengod opens with the spray. Beautifully connected onto Cappy, but concedes some damage of his own. His teammate goes to the peak and actually has real success with it. Finds the headshot, but it's Flamey who eliminates the final player of PolishPower. On the eastern side, however, the same thing is happening. Everyone is being crushed into such a small compound. The mForce are now holding out allStars with the help of WeAreWho. Saber's out, Shro is barely in, and his 2 teammates are down and out for the count unless he can get to them quick. He's making work. He's done damage to Marco, but it's a 1v4. Surely there's no way he can get to his teammates here.
It's not even a 1v4 at that point. Look at that molly from Vorix as well. It's going to put him down to 1 HP. He's going to have to heal back up. Costs him even more time. Pushes the circle even closer to his back. Marco looks away at the wrong time, but Kiliakai is there on the car, ready and waiting. And the spray is not clean, but he does clean it up in the end. And we can see, oh my god, the Bystanders. Yes, I wanted to touch on them. They've been benefiting so much of these fights. Now Flamey just gives himself another double onto DIVAN in the shack. The Bystanders are cleaning up. A few kills stolen away from them, but they've been able to just kindly third party that eastern side, not really get into all too much. The same thing that we saw the 4 dogs doing in this compound fight, Chunks. They said hello, grabbed a few kills, and just went with their own ways, and it's paid off massively.
Bystanders currently sat on 4 kills, but it feels like a hell of a lot more. Sorry, 3 kills right now. And it feels like a hell of a lot more because they've been getting involved with so many fights using that high ground advantage, but now that the zone is closing in on them, they kind of have to come off of this ridge into what you can see on your screen is a very, very open area of play. Unless, however, they want to push into someone like Thunder. Alpengod, though, he's going to try and do exactly that in the direction of 4 dogs, but he's taking so much blue damage, he just wants to actually deny the points to zone by the looks of things. Down he goes, and out go DIVAN. There are 6 teams left up, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case for long. Down go Wear team as well. We make it into the top 5, but 4 dogs is trying so hard to hold out mForce here.
Yeah, and I mean, they are just basically trying to control that western edge, and Bystanders are trying to do the same on the east. You can see WeAreWho, they've got them boxed down to that one little shack ridge, and they have to smoke off the entire north just to get some reprieve and some downtime from mForce peppering them. But the circle shifts to the center once again. Thunder, the only team with hard cover in the circle, and you can see that these edges, Chunks, they've been building up so much pressure, but they've got to release at some point. 4 dogs, everyone except Thunder in the center has to just completely move on into them. So it's got to kick off, and it's got to kick off so quick.
It absolutely does, but the time is... It's a bit of a slow burn, isn't it? There's still 25 seconds left till the zone moves, but Duff sends it in and on no health lands the final bullet to take out mForce and take us in to our final 4 teams as Bystanders try to make it a little bit further, maybe a top 3 position for them if they can pull this off, but they know that WeAreWho are directly above, and this might work out perfectly. Once WeAreWho make a move, as soon as they shoot, Bystanders are going to hear it and they're going to want to get involved. Ripper living up to his name, ripping the body armor off of WeAreWho with the MK14 as they start to move up bit by bit. Chris is anchoring, holding the rock. If Bystanders spot out the movement, then he could be the player to kind of shut things down. But now as he goes to regroup with the rest of the team, Herky will hear the footsteps. He peeks up over the top, sees the movement, lands the headshot, followed by the bodies. Down goes Chris as Bystanders start to scrap their way in. They realize just how open the team ahead of them are, but they also know that 4 Dogs from above could absolutely punish them. Keanu, though, putting out punishment of his own, eliminates 2 players, flushes out the 3rd, and there it is. Flamey finishes off the job. WeAreWho out in 4th position, and what a way for Bystanders to execute it.
Big kills for the Bystanders. They get it done cleanly, they get it done quickly, Chunks. That's so big because now they found their way in, they've slotted right on in behind WeAreWho, and they can slow things down and reset a little bit. They will still have to make a push, but once Circle 8 comes in, they will have had enough time to reset and understand what's happening on the western side. They've been so busy with WeAreWho that they probably have no good idea where the 4 Dogs are playing, for example. But now they can start to get that information. Thunder still sitting pretty in the center, and as Circle 8 shifts, it's only Ripper really that has to make a move. And this is a huge relief for the Bystanders, because if they would have to push on down while Ripper is still up there, that would have been basically a secure death for them. So being able to stay up there is huge for the Bystanders.
Keanu still trying to be that fire support for his team, but you've got to wonder now, how long can they go without worrying about the closer squads? Obviously, Thunder kind of drawing everyone's attention right now, being the team that has really not had to do too much in terms of moving. They took the compound early. They have hard cover. The danger I can foresee now with Thunder is this 2-2 split, and is the fact that there is a pretty large valley between the 2 squads. Now, if Thunder get pushed by Bystanders, it will force them to send 2 more players to group up over on this eastern side. That's where 4 Dogs can really do damage, spotting them on the cross, spotting them in the valley, and then causing problems. But it looks like Keanu is actually taking shots over towards 4 Dogs instead, and as Ripper goes down, it will weaken that team ever so slightly.
It will, and it will take such a big angle away. It's such a big opportunity for 4 Dogs to deal damage, especially to the Bystanders. I mean, it's going to be tough regardless for the Bystanders, but you've got to start worrying a little bit about Thunder here. They've been sitting pretty, like I said, in these 2 small compounds, but now they've got a 3-man team of the Dogs right in between them. The group is not going to be easy, especially with the Bystanders constantly looking over their shoulders, Chunks. So as this slowly builds on up and slowly starts heating on up, Thunder want to make a play to group, and it's looking like they're going to start their play right now with Hibaku hopping into the car.
This is really good from both Dogs and Bystanders. I was about to say, because they're communicating and they could pinch them here, but Double, living up to his name, finds a double kill, making a triple with the gun. Down go 4 Dogs, left as none. The pack have been eliminated, and look at that play zone, Kovo. It is dead center on Thunder. Can they win a game off of positioning alone? Sure, that was a huge play, but it feels like the way things are stacking up right now, it's the position that's worked out for them. That's enabled them to play a bit more aggressive, to get 10 kills. If they can make this a 14-kill chicken dinner to wrap up on Miramar for the night, it puts them in an amazing place to go forward to Erangel. But now, this is the problem. Bystanders are pushing through. They've thrown down smokes. Micah is out on his own. He has to give as much info as possible to the squad before the engagement starts. The rest of Thunder can be split up and catching them in a strong position. But the fact of the matter is, the zone is going to end on this compound, and that's where things are going to kick off. Hjort goes down, but not before Keanu falls as well. Keanu finds himself a trade. Mika's eliminated. 2 players now remain from Bystanders up against the 2 from Thunder. Double still going to be standing, or should I say laying, not for long. 6 feet under he goes. It's a 2 versus 2, because Thunder have managed to get the revive out. Haruzen pops up, gets taken down. Flamey, it's just tearing through the lobby right now, Kovo.
He is, and it's absolute disaster for Thunder, Chunks. They've had these compounds for so long. They have all the firepower in the world. Their team is basically 4 mad fraggers, but the Bystanders just sweep on into the compound. It was looking like it was falling apart there for so long. but they just get all the trades. Flamey there with that knock on Hibako is huge. And I feel like the Bystanders, they should never have won that game.
It feels like they shouldn't have, but you've got to give them credit. That position they played kind of out on the east, they played the beach for a little bit. They moved in bit by bit. And then once they saw kind of how the end of the game was going to unfold, they went and got themselves that all-important high ground, which is why they were able to really get that chicken dinner, because it felt like Thunder, sure, they had the compound, Bystanders had the high ground, and there's always a trade-off, isn't there? And I think it comes down to the teams involved and each specific situation, but it's a question of which is better. Would you rather have a hill? Would you rather have a compound? And it feels like for this situation, the high ground worked out better. It let Bystanders get the info, and they had a really impressive game out of it, so good to see them manage to pick up the chicken dinner there.
Yeah, and obviously, once again, that reflects in kills. Keanu and Flamey popping off there, but Duff, I think we've seen him almost every single game on these leaderboards here. 5 kills for him again, the 4 dogs. When they went out, I thought it was over for the Bystanders. They just got torn apart by Double there in the middle. But still, another good performance. There's Double, but there's also, again, Doid, once again, a player from the 4 dogs in the top, and Keanu just completely... we saw him doing a lot of damage with that Mini. We saw him do a lot of damage with that Groza, and it shows in the numbers.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty of playing something like a Mini. It feels like you can get so many shots off downrange that there's no real fighting you when it comes to damage. I mean, look at that right there. Keanu was able to get considerably more knocks, a lot more damage, but unfortunately wasn't able to convert it into kills. And I feel sad that we're seeing Duff on here twice, and both times he's maybe been lacking in the kill department compared to the damage. But if we look at just Keanu on his own, you can see how strong he's been doing. Amazing in terms of the damage, lots of knocks, converting them to kills consistently, and getting some, I wouldn't say long range engagements, but medium range engagements where Bystanders have that high ground to work off of. But that is the end of game number 3, the end of Miramar for the evening. We still have 3 matches left to go. We are going to take a very short break, but we will be back in just a couple minutes with game number 4.
Oi, Amelia, what's the deal then?
2 up top, 2 downstairs.
All right, so we just go prancing in the front door as per usual then, huh?
Not today, hermano. We must be like ghosts. Trust me, these will do the trick. The fog of war. Remove all visibility. We take them out one by one. They won't know what hit them.
Oi, who's that behind you? Look, here's what we do. Surprise attack. We go in big chicken dinner style through the window, guns blazing.
You mean like in Miramar?
Oh, shit.
Enough. First, we smoke out the first floor, but we'll need a distraction. Something super loud and obnoxious.
Right, I see where this is going.
Don't worry, Aziz. I got your back.
So, where to next?
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 EU West Regional Playoffs. My name is Chunks. I am joined once again by the one and only Kovo. What a way to start things out. We finally got a different winner, and I don't think anyone's too surprised to see that it's actually Bystanders that are the next team to take a chicken dinner.
100%. They get a lot of circles in the early game there towards that southeastern side. I think the circle went pretty crazy. But in the end there, I feel like they had no right to win that end game, and they clutch it out anyways, leaving them slightly in front of Thunder coming out of game 3, closing out Miramar. And interestingly enough, Sakura Zensen fall very early, but obviously they're still going to be in first here after 3 games played, slightly followed by the 4 dogs who are tied with Austrian Force.
Yeah, it's a close one, isn't it? And the top half of the leaderboard is really starting to cause some problems for the teams down at the bottom. Look at squads like Misfits, like allStars. The point differential is huge considering we're only 3 games in. Now, we are going to be switching over to Erangel for our next map. We should probably point that out because our Miramar games are out of the way. So this is where we could potentially see a bit of a shift in the flow of the games. Could see things change in terms of the strategy, but most importantly, it feels like we could see different teams start to shine that maybe play a little bit stronger on Erangel. The strategy maybe works a little bit better over there than it does on Miramar.
Yeah, and also the deeper we get into this tournament, I think the more our players will get into the groove. I think game 1 is the classic. When you start off a tournament, everyone's a little bit shying off fights, everyone's a little bit scared of making mistakes. I think we've basically gotten that out of the system now, and I think we're also not going to see any teams struggling as hard as we saw in the last 2 maps. We had a very, very far northwestern circle chunks and a very hard southeastern. So crazy circles, honestly. Circles I've not seen in a long while. So a lot of teams will have had games where they felt like they didn't even have a chance. That's not nearly as likely to happen on Erangel. So I think even teams down the scoreboard, they need to start working their way up. But Erangel will be a good time for them to kick it into gear.
I feel like the choke points that we keep touching on Miramar are a big deciding factor. It makes those hard rotations twice as hard. Whereas Erangel having a bit more space, I think it'll allow the teams from outside to maybe go with a bit more of an edge strategy where they try to fight their way in. But game number 4 is now getting underway. It is our first Erangel map of PCS6 EU, at least over here in the Europe West qualifiers. I'm so excited for this one. This is the kind of classic, isn't it? Everyone knows that this is PUBG, this map. This defines PUBG, and if you can't play Erangel, then I got bad news for you.
Yeah, especially because it feels like we always end on Erangel, right? That's the way to go for tournaments. Almost every single tournament in PUBG Esports is started on Miramar and closes out on Erangel. So if you're coming into the last 3 games of the day and you're like, well, this is not really our map, this is going to be a rough time. Rough for the mental as well, but this is also a reset in the sense, Chunks, that we'll have a lot of teams have to commit for their loot spots, maybe have to struggle for some vehicles. I can already see Hall of Game and GRINDMORE getting a little bit close. mForce going past the Gatka split that we see played by Word Team. All of those little scuffles and little struggles that our teams have. And remember, in game 1, we've had 2 players die before even 30 seconds pass. So there's always potential someone gets run over, gets flushed, landing at a vehicle, and we see tons of opportunities for that on the map right now.
I mentioned something in the pregame that I think we should probably bring up now, especially looking at the map. allStars have struggled, right? They have struggled to get into zone, but they have been a bit more of an edge team, it feels like. They've been trying to take fights as opposed to going center dead early. I think that their drop spot over in Veni on Erangel could actually play really well into that, especially if it does end up being maybe a southwestern zone or something. Maybe this zone isn't the best example, but if it does end up going a bit more to the west and they get to actually have free reign of which side they come in from, that could really benefit them, because you can see just how clustered that central, middle, southwest area of the map ends up being, and you can tell it's going to be hotly contested there, especially if a phase 1 pops up there.
Yeah, I agree, and this is going to be a good circle for them regardless of if it's west or east, because their edge is basically free, and they can just come down from that Slavomir area and take a lot of space for themselves, build up a nice game, and not nearly struggle as much as they did on Miramar. The Erangel, it does tend to be way more rotation focused, and while Miramar is a little bit more fight focused. We saw that in that game. We basically had non-stop fights on the edges. For I think 3 circles straight, we basically couldn't catch a breath because all the teams on the northern side, all the teams on the western side were just tearing each other to shreds. And Erangel is a lot more macro game, a lot more vehicle uses, compound breaches, and sort of those big macro decisions. And if you're a team that's more suited to that, and your strategical approach is what sets you apart, then Erangel is going to be your map.
Yeah, especially if you're able to get into like a decent 2-2 split, because it feels like a lot of the time on Miramar, it is just so hard to get those two kind of duos back together into a place where they can really make something happen. So I think Erangel opens up the possibility for that a lot more. You have, for instance, just south of Severny, the Crossroads compound is a really strong one to play, and there's plenty of examples like that across Erangel where there's kind of 2 separate compounds that are very close, and it allows a 4-man squad to safely hold a bit more space inside the zone while still being able to reconsolidate quickly if one of the duos does get crashed. So I think that's a really important factor on Erangel that maybe isn't as useful on Miramar.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most interesting things in the early game as well. How do you set up your splits? What do you decide to take? As we see a ton of our teams on the western side still looting, and while everyone else that landed somewhat closer to the circle, someone that had a chance to go for priority compounds, like Hall of Game, like your GRINDMORE, like your Bystanders, they've already picked and chosen what they want. And I can't help but feeling like, Chunks, every time we see vehicles crashing into each other, it's always thunder. I'm not quite sure what's happening there. But they seem to be flying around in Mirados, spinning out their own UAZs. Their driving is pretty reckless.
I mean, you know what? Look, what's the harm in accidentally running someone over, especially if it's an enemy? If you are really, struggling to drive and you're just kind of swerving all over the place, I feel like it maximizes your chance of actually hitting an enemy. So you've got to take the positives, but look, you don't need a license to be able to drive in PUBG. That's why I'm so terrible at driving. And you know what? It's one of those small things that it's unfortunate, isn't it? They're bumping into each other. It's not ideal. It maybe slows down your rotation a lot, but it isn't too major of a problem. I'll tell you what is, though, and that's getting crashed, and it looks like GRINDMORE are about to learn that lesson very quickly. This is the danger of a 2-2 split that we spoke about. Let's see if GRINDMORE can reconsolidate and execute in the way that I said was possible on Erangel.
And the nades are already good to start things off. Ikris gets another one right out the door. It's got a knockdown tickers as well. It's been good damage all around from the util. There's only one player full HP on Sakura Z, and the backup is now coming in. If they can get anything more done with these nades, that's another bit of damage. That's another flashbang coming out. If they can slow this down just a little bit more, and that's a flush from Ikris. That's a greedy jump out just to get that kill confirmed. But now there's the backup coming in. And Sakura Z, they like to go full W, they like to go crazy on these pushes, but they gotta go so fast. Now they find He-Man 1 on the outside. Ikris can't find anything back in the building. He's gotta whip out the SLI. Still almost gotta connect onto one, but it's falling apart for GRINDMORE.
You can see him jumping about trying to find something. Look, we knew that He-Man was going to be the issue here for GRINDMORE. As soon as they pulled up on that wall, it seemed like they maybe thought he was going to be playing the back wall of the house instead of the back wall, if that makes sense. As Blazers now tries to get behind a wall of his own, he realizes there is going to be a car right in front of him, making it a bit trickier. Reps is still trying to get aggressive, by the way. This isn't something that we commonly see from players, that they're taking a fight like this solo, but he tried to just creep his way up. Unfortunately for him, he's been spotted out by this squad, so he tries to pop the medkit. He will have success. In comes the push. 10 bullets left, but it's not enough as Nixie finishes off the job. It's all down to Blazes to stay standing, but I hate to say it, I think it might be over.
Yeah, it might be over for GRINDMORE, but you have to consider the damage that's being dealt here, Chunks. It is just so much damage coming into Sakura Z as well. Just from the start of the game, they lose some of the first members. They get 3 kills, yes, but they also lose 2 members. And, I mean, they've taken a whole lot of criticism for the playstyle that they're running, where they crash early in the game. They pose a lot of issues to teams, especially in scrims, and a lot of teams go, well, you would never do this in a tournament. Well, they've just done it in a tournament. And it's really backfired. It's more hurtful for GRINDMORE, but it's also terrible for Sakura Z. 2 players is not what you want in Circle 1.
I nearly had a heart attack because Blazes hopped out of that vehicle while he had the handbrake on, and that nearly took his last bit of HP, but he managed to survive just about. I mean, that was impressive to see 1 HP to get out of there. The bravery required. It felt like a lot of players probably would have pulled up a lot closer, popped a medkit, and then moved, but being able to get out of there safely like that, it's a confident play, it's a risky play, and I'm sure he's just very thankful that none of the shots landed. But now, as phase 1 closes through, it feels like, what, there's 3 teams that aren't currently inside the zone. Everyone else appears to be pretty set up for the rest of the phase.
Yeah, and it's also, as we see that little highlight of him on the outside there, he almost would have found a second on the outside as well, Chunks, but he just got knocked by Yanni from afar, so Enterprise ruined that
was a 1
push.
HP shot as well.
That's the 3rd one for Nixie there, 3rd knock at least. It's, you don't want to fight these guys, Chunks. They're pretty cracked all around Sakura Z, but I mean, I've said it so many times now. It did massively backfire, and they already have a new team set up around them as well. As NoNameYet, we saw them a little bit on the minimap there. They have completely surrounded them and basically completely figured out what's happened in that compound and are trying to take advantage.
Misfits, this is a squad that so far have 4 points. That is not the points per game you want to be averaging in what's in reality. Sure, it's a best of 18 in terms of the amount of matches that we're playing, but for these teams, it's a best of 12. They only get 12 chances to play. If you're averaging 2 points per game in what? I'm trying to do the percentage here. Let's say a 1/6 of the matches, because that kind of works. Then it's just not good enough. Misfits do need to step it up, and I will say they're a team that has the capability to, but I think that potentially their playstyle maybe struggled a bit more over on Miramar. They got punished on those late game rotates, and I think that we spoke about playing split on a wrangle. You have to really be proactive about making sure that the splits are successful, because when it comes down to a map like a wrangle, you want to be setting up for a kind of early game position, not a late game position. So in phase 1 right now, these teams shouldn't be in the position that they expect to win from. They should be a little bit more split, cover some ground, and then that will make the rotation easier when phase 3, phase 4 comes around. They'll have a bit more of an option onto how to get in, and that's what you need to think about phase 1 as. A lot of people think, let's just take it zone by zone. You need to instead put yourself in a fairly central location with good rotation opportunities, and that's what so many of these teams have done well, and that's why even with the circle centering up like this, there's only a few teams that have to rotate in.
Yeah, and a good example of what you were just talking about are the bystanders, making sure they have the yellows outside of Yasnaya, not just committed to the big town. Same is to be said for Hall of Game. They had a nice wide 2-2 split as another bit of friendly vehicle boxing happens, but this time it might cost Shiv his life. He's going out for the drive-by. It's good damage dealt, but he's got so much of Austrian force coming his way. Paints, says hello, says a goodbye, and just like that, NoNameYet. They're going to lose a member here. The kill actually goes to Enterprise, but the damage is done by Austrian force.
Pains, though, taking some damage of his own, and as he drives past Hall of Game, now could be the opportunity for them to shoot, but he kind of weaves his way in between the dips to a point where they only have about 50 meters to shoot at him, so that's really impressive there, using the terrain to his advantage. As Austrian force, sure, they're centered in a dip. It isn't the best position. I don't think anyone is going to disagree with that, but it at least gets them into this zone and in a position to move forward where there really are very few left. Monkey, though, tries to return the fire up the hill after his teammate goes down. He needs to stick the revive now, but once this smoke dissipates, surely Grendis is going to have an angle, and it'll only take 1 shot to get Phyloo back down.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a hero play coming out from Monkey there, but he knows that he has to do it. He knows the player's about to bleed out, and the risk you take to get another player back on your team, they can be pretty substantial, and it does work out for NoNameYet in that regard, as we see a nice little drive-by coming out of Pain, seat swapping and just ruining Shiv's day there. It was a rough time to get caught out of position there. Almost the same happened to Zucker. He was a little bit split off for Austrian Force, but now it's DIVAN. We spot some cars of WeAreWho, and oh, that's beautiful shots. There's so many bars in his way, but he finds a gap, takes one down, instantly knocked and flushed, and he's looking to do a little bit more damage, but Square, he doesn't want to risk that at all.
Absolutely not. He's just going to get over to this little kind of bungalow area. Is there a name for this? I always use this compound and I just say like the bungalows. Is there like a call out for that position? Because it feels like it's such a common fought over spot that never ends up winning the game, if that makes sense. It feels like everyone fights their way in thinking, oh, hard cover, that's good. And they kind of forget that it's a very open compound, that you can't really peek anything without being spotted by other teams. And of course, there's a massive hill next to you.
I mean, I'll give you a tier 2 comp player kind of call out, because that's all I can really give you, and that's the yellows. Because they used to be yellow, and
that's fair.
There's no other buildings in that area that have the same type of buildings. So if you don't have another compound in the area that has the same type of buildings, that call out is more than fair. If you have a lot of them in a certain area, then the call out becomes very confusing, and you should probably look for another one. But those, they don't really have any competition in the close vicinity. So WeAreWho, they're sailing right over those right now, as you can see on the map, but they are splitting up so wide. They're pre-driving for a southern shift and for a northern shift at the same time. Interesting strat from them, but they're not really getting either or. They're getting a very central shift onto that liquid compound, onto Hall of Game, and onto Austrian Force.
Another central circle. It's not going to cause too many problems, but as I say that, I start to scan the zone a little bit more, and I start to look for those little like indicators of, okay, where a compound's free, and I hate to say it, but I can't really find any, and it looks like we are potentially going to see a crash come through early from a team like PolishPower. Maybe not into the compound, but at least onto the other side of the road. I spoke too soon. They are going right over the hill. Forget about bystanders. They don't want that. They realize that's going to be a tough position to play for. They're going all the way to the dips that Austrian Force currently hold. Now, this is such a hard position to actually defend unless you get those pre-nades down early, which is exactly what Pains is going to try and do. Zoka peeks up as well, but he's spotted from behind. mForce with the third party are going to make this a tricky fight as Pains finds the opening knock. They look for a second, but they seemingly have no idea where exactly those Polish powers are, other than somewhere in the dips.
Yeah, and that's why these dips are big enough to actually dodge the utility, is what makes them playable, really. There's more and more nades now coming in. It's Cappy getting found as well. The res is coming through onto Crunio, but Austrian Force, if they want to act, they need to act now. That second knock is going to swing the door wide open, and they're going to charge on in. Crunio, he's stepping over the side. He's finding a good bit of damage. He's got so much work on his hands. Austrian Force, 4v2 situation for them, and so far, there's no third party just yet, but you can see on the minimap Hall of Game, but realize already pushed up onto the hill, and he's looking to try to do a little bit of damage as well.
Hall of Game have already seemingly ruined this fight for Austrian Force. They got a lot of damage, even if it didn't mean knocks, which meant that they were in a rough position, but Soccer just absolutely clutches out. I thought it was all over for Austrian Force as soon as PolishPower started trading their knocks back. It doesn't matter. mForce now in some serious trouble as they get pushed themselves. Oh, look, you think PolishPower are done? No. They hear these shots. Sorry, Austrian Force are done. No, they hear these shots. They realize, hey, we just had that. We can take it back. They've got nades off the bodies. Now is the time to strike. Pinch Thunder and take them out the lobby. Take them out of fourth place position, more importantly.
Yeah, but it's looking like mForce, they want none of it. They want to get the hell out of there. They've shuffled further south into another dip. Now that's a double nade from Iruzen to open things up once again. Like you said, I thought Austrian Force was done for at that point. PolishPower had almost pulled it back, but now look at that rain of utility coming in. That's so much potential damage flying over the shoulders of Marble. He doesn't even want to commit for the res because he knows he's just going to be under barrage right now, but so much invested here for Thunder. It makes you wonder if it's all going to be worth it. That's another flashbang, but they're flashing players in smokes that they can't even find, even if they are blind. Marbo, he's going to hold on. He's going to try to smoke it out even further. And now he's going for the car plate. Looks for an angle around the windows, but he's been spotted. He's been taken low, and Thunder, they're about to clean this up. It's, again, just a matter of time. They're swinging around these smokes. They're just running him down, and no chance for him to even get the med off. Thunder, last one standing in these dips. And they've done 5 kills. 2 of them are damaged towards him.
I'm still in shock by that clutch out from Zoka right there. That felt like it was impossible because at the time, you got to bear in mind, Hall of Game were third party and they had high ground onto that dip. Everyone from Austrian Force was completely open to Hall of Game, but somehow the smokes. I don't know what it was. Maybe Hall of Game were third party by Bystanders, but they just stopped, and somehow Zoka was able to clutch that one out. It seems, though, that 4Dogs are maybe going to face a little bit more trouble as Jam does get knocked out of his vehicle by Chris. Kilyakai is looking to finish off the job, but he's down behind cover, and Sakura Zensen potentially going to be able to run him over.
Yeah, it's a lot of trouble for a lot of our teams. Circle has gone so hard east that we see a lot of rotations coming on through Sakura Z. Well, we saw them early in the game, down to 2 players, not going for the dip just yet. I thought PolishPower, honestly, were going to go for this dip right next to Sakura Z, but they decided to get a little bit more greedy, and they do get punished for it in the end. Sakura Z, not quite sure where they want to go. It looks like Salty driving circles, looking for more, looking to get greedy, but the longer they take, the further Mama is walking up with that M4. He's ready for someone to take that dip in front of his face and to knock them out of the game. Enterprise on the fire from mForce. 2 players is all they got. Barrel rings on out, and it's no damage done to the rotation just yet. mForce not able to collect anything.
They're looking to collect a couple more points, though, as the rotating players take a decent amount of damage. You got to wonder what Enterprise's plays here. It looks like they are just going to go for the dips in the center, which granted are strong, but is it maybe a little bit early in the game? Are teams like mForce that are a bit further back going to be able to catch them in a pinch? It seems like for now at least no. Vampire Game still needs to get closer to Enterprise, and with Thunder out to the western side, it's going to make it very tricky indeed. As it stands now, though, Enterprise have some cover, if not much. They have the vehicles there, but when they blow, you've got to think they're going to move, and Enterprise may just end up being exposed.
And they're timing the nades here, Chunks. They're counting it down, throwing them at the same time. I'm a little bit surprised they're not instantly going for the follow-up, but there's the double nade in effect. Instantly knocks down free kill. Good damage dealt to Yanni and Dedrix as well. Now cars are blowing up, and that's a heat seeker onto Yanni. Dedrix is only on 10 HP, barely gets the first hit off. That's so much damage dealt to Enterprise. Now they're out of nades. Now they need to start making the moves, but they've gotten 2 very important knocks to open things up. And you said it before, Thunder is going to make things tricky. They're making things very tricky right now for mForce, but there's another team that's saying hello. It's the Bystanders coming out, flexing out of their compound, looking to collect a few of these kills, and they're doing so much damage already. It's just down to Grendis.
Grendis as the final player. Vehicles just blowing up all around, but he does just about remain in it. Needs to get this revived quick, because as the Molotovs come through, it makes you think that Bystanders want to push a little bit further. That nade is close, and it almost finishes off the entire squad. In the end, though, it is going to be Zembri from Misfits get involved. And I mentioned Misfits earlier as a squad that should hopefully do a little better here on Erangel than they did on Miramar. And so far, I'm extremely impressed by what I've seen.
Yeah, they've been able to pick up a lot of kills on that northern side. They've been at least getting going for game number 4, as we now see WeAreWho. And what else would WeAreWho do than take a fight on the edge right now? They're looking to take it to DIVAN, but they have to be extremely cautious with the way that they approach this. If they're a little bit too high on that hillside, a little bit too far up, they're suddenly in the center of attention for teams like NoNameYet on the western side. So they need to be extremely careful. Misfits, though, they're cruising on in. They're sailing on into allStars, and they've made their calculations without UX. He instantly takes down Danilo. He's going to look to do more damage. You can see the Misfits on the minimap. They're trying to find a home in this circle, but the Bystanders are making that so hard.
There's so little space to work with. I thought it was going to be a field ending, but it looks like it's even worse for these northern teams, as now they have to not only hold on to the dips, but actually get aggressive out of them. Hall of Game being in such a good position, having this high ground, could deny a lot, but they are still playing a little bit passive, holding players down at the compound just as a little bit of a backup plan. But I'm not sure whether that's the way you want to be handling this one. It feels like they should maybe send another player onto the hill just to try and finish off Thunder. The problem becomes, do they know that their southwestern side is free outside of Who? As soon as DIVAN push up, though, it will probably give them a good idea, and Who may be a thing of the past.
Yeah, now the fight's kicking off on the northern side, Chunks. We've got mForce, we got Misfits, we do have allStars all starting to kick on off as DIVAN. They've been in this push and pull with WeAreWho, it feels like. But Misfits, they've had enough of the fight. They want to go for Ascend, and they're on the fire. But not only the Bystanders, but not only allStars, but now also Sakura Z, and there's just so much fire on their way. Zembri on the drive-by will find one, but that's Salty cleaning him up. And that's Salty going to be trying to go for an instant res. but it's instantly denied as well. The Bystanders, once again, picking up a few kills here and there, making sure that they don't go empty-handed, no matter how this game goes. And what we see on our screens right now is a little bit of a question mark for me, Chunks. NoNameYet. They've pushed down the road, they've taken this tiny little dip with their cars, and they've completely opened themselves up to WeAreWho.
It's unfortunate, isn't it? They kind of banked on that circle, and thank God that they did. Now they just need to hope that WeAreWho and DIVAN both start taking a fight against each other. Unfortunately for them, I don't think that's super likely. I don't see WeAreWho actually pushing over this hill, and I instead see them actually moving directly into NoNameYet, and that could be a major problem. And that starts to be the case right now, as Marco is still trained in on this vehicle. He's doing what he can to land shots on the players, but it almost feels like maybe if a couple of them focused it, blew up a vehicle, it would deny the cover and force them a little bit kind of all over the place. As Thunder now try to make their push, the zone is moving in just 15 seconds, so they are throwing out every bit of util they have to work with, and unfortunately, as good as the nade looks, it just wasn't close enough. There go the vehicles I was talking about. What will Who do now, though, because the vehicle's gone and the players are all still there?
Looks like they're going to be sending for the dip and maybe trying to play out the game from there, or going for a little bit of an over-rotation. Not quite sure. I think they might be able to just pull up here where they are right now and try to smoke their way up and take the fight to NoNameYet. Mommet in a bit of an off-angle position in the middle of nowhere, does find a knock and a flush onto Ruzen. Good damage dealt towards Thunder. Very important for whole of game, but you can see the pressure is now building for them. Instead of building for WeAreWho, it's now building for whole of game, because they are now in between those two teams and they need to fend off both of them at the same time. 3 helmet for Gorilla. It's going to help him out a little bit, but it's a timing game at this point. There's so many teams pushing on different sides of the circle. You want to make sure that you don't get pinched, and it's so hard for a lot of our teams that don't really have a ton of hard cover.
I mean, DIVAN are just a prime example of that right now. They have no hard cover. They are getting torn apart as soon as they try and peek. Now the zone's going to be on the back. The only real players to kind of hop into vehicles, leave the knock players and make a move. But, oh, UX, nicely done. Through the smoke, finds a headshot onto Surfy, based purely on the fact that there was a knock around that location and he thought there was going to be a revive. That was a perfect read. Driller, though, opens up over onto WeAreWho, gets himself an opening knock, but Kilyakai returns the fire, looks to continue the pressure and does exactly that. Finds damage onto WeAreWho, but unfortunately can't finish off the job. Chris spins around, takes down Monkey, and at least for now, there's a little bit of respite in this fight. But if Chris takes just a tick of damage, it's over. It doesn't happen like that. Fireloo steals away the kill, but Driller is out of it.
And you could just tell right there, right? Everyone is trying not to get pinched. Everyone gets pinched to the end. There's just one too many teams. Right now, the Bystanders, they are trying to hold on. Keanu, last one up for his squad against all 3 of Thunder, and he's playing another timing game. He's hoping someone can help him out. Someone can do a little bit of third partying, but double comes around the smoke, and this time the Thunder Bystanders duel goes the other way. Circle is centered on in, right onto Salty. The edges are still all gonna have to fight off completely. DIVAN, we mentioned it, they were in dire straits. They still are, just because it's 4. But look at that, Nordskiv. Well, he returns the favor. His teammate gets flushed through a smoke, and he just bangs him right back. But look at what Philo has planned for them. He blows one up. He's going to go for the second, but he's not seeing him through the car just yet. Sahar stays alive for another few seconds, but surely not for long.
There it is, down it goes. In the end, it's going to be UX that finishes off the job. And now, well, allStars, they completely switched their attention to the detriment of NoNameYet. They thought, hey, we finally won this fight. It doesn't appear to be the case. That is the worst way to go for Mome right there. He had the angle. It was basically a free point. And then because he was laying prone, the grass blocked his vision. That really sucks. That is not the way you want to be going out, because you know he would have finished off that squad if that grass wasn't there.
Yeah, and look at how this all has played out, Chunk. It's allStars just cleaning up their edge. Now they're going to be looking to take the fight towards NoNameYet. Mika has something to say about this, though, and look at the damage coming in. Double gets one as well, and just as I said, they have control of their edge. They get completely annihilated there by Double and Mika with the minis. Now more nades are coming in. They at least get one knock into Philo, and well, they might be able to deal with the south, but they won't remain with a lot of numbers here, as Monkey is doing another bit of damage, hits the prone in the bush. Level 3 vest. It's going to help out nicely as well, and the longer he waits here, Monkey, the more third parties will come in, and the harder this game gets for allStars Gaming right now. You can see Thunder, they've already taken so much space. They only got Salty in their way, and then the 2 members of allStar.
All-Star, maybe seeing stars right now. They have taken blow after blow this match, and it's kind of coming down to the final round. Call it round 12, whatever you like, but it's going to be a battle for them to get in. Thunder have just turned it up to 11. You could also say that they're kind of bringing the Thunder right now with the amount of aggression they have shown this match. 12 kills already. Salty's still a solo, though. You can't forget this factor. This is a player who has consistently been stacking up kills, damage, and at times nearly clutching out for his squad when it mattered the most. Sakura Zensen are our first place team for a reason, and he is no small part of that. As now the zone pulls to the east, allStars are the only ones left to move, and as they get peppered by the SLR, you've got to be thinking, how many meds do they really have left after so many fights?
Yeah, they've been completely scrapping it out on the Eastern side for so long now. They have a good idea where Salty is, but that dip, once again, it's good enough. It's big enough to avoid this util, and Salty is doing so beautifully. And it's not only the meds chunks, it's also the armor. You can see the vest completely shredded there. It's not nearly the same for Thunder, because they've been able to loot their kills. They've been able to clear out dips, to clear out close range fights. They've probably looted all of the bystanders for as much as they needed to, and now they slow things down. They know Salty is in that little dip, but they don't need to clear Salty at all. They can just let him work for them and make him a bit of a tripwire for allStars once they move over that little dip. And it feels like they have complete control over anything that's happening right now.
Shro, though, as much as I want to say he's in a great position, it's the same thing that happened with Sakura Zensen in our previous games, where he's so limited on the amount of ammo he actually has to work with. Granted, his teammate's down, but yeah, it looks like he's actually just going to deny the points in the end. Really nicely done from Thunder to be able to get themselves that all-important 13-kill chicken dinner, and they needed it to get back on the board. We spoke in game 1 about how they only joined the match with 3 players, 2 of whom died about a minute into the match, so it's good to see them step it up and maybe salvaging the points that they lacked in the first match or 2.
Especially after that late game loss against the Bystanders. Killing them here and then closing out the game with 13 kills is going to feel pretty damn good. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned allStars on the very bottom of that leaderboard earlier before this game started, and well, 15 points is going to bombard them up the standings here. So it's the beauty of a best of 6, a best of 12, where one game can be so impactful, and teams like 4 Dogs, who've been consistently performing on Miramar, they don't have to be all that worried about skipping one game here on Erangel. It wasn't meant to go their way, but they've been consistent enough on Miramar to still feel good about the day if they don't fumble it in game 5 and 6.
There is game 4 down, and these are your top fraggers from that match. UX playing extremely well, it has to be said, to be able to survive that late. allStars were just having to fight their way into that zone. They didn't get a break, it felt like. Every time they got just about onto the edge, the zone would shift away and they'd have to move further. So I'm extremely impressed they were able to put up a performance like that in a very tricky position. But at the same time, Habako putting in work for his team, not only up there on the kills, but also on the damage, showing just why Thunder can be such a threat, because they aren't afraid of getting aggressive. They aren't afraid of putting rounds down range, and they're scarily accurate with them, which is why we saw them pick up quite so many kills.
Yeah, and one thing that's interesting there as well, as we see probably the most even face-off that we've seen so far between Habako and UX is Mika was on that scoreboard too, on the kill scoreboard, and he only had 3 kills. So that's not to his discredit. I think that just shows how close that match was and how many teams were able to pick up a few kills on these eastern sides, able to pick up 1 kill, 2 kill here and there, but not able to frag out completely because there was just not enough space to win fights consistently and move on to that late game unless you were Thunder.
Well, Thunder bringing the Thunder in game number 4. Still 2 left to go for the evening, but before that, we are going to take a very short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Some say character is forged in the heat of battle. Others say it is only revealed. But I don't need to tell you this. Because you're a survivor. Your choices define you. They make you. They reveal who you are. You know how to take that shot. Risk it all. And drop in fearlessly. Straight into the unknown. Straight into what may seem like a hopeless battle. But you have confidence in your insanely accurate controlled spray and your smooth, effortless melee weapon skills. You are a fighter. And you are no mere brute. You're thinking 20 moves ahead. Extra ammo, a fully kitted weapon, plenty of meds, and the wits to gather it all while staying ahead of the circle. That's your endgame. Patience is perhaps the most difficult skill to master, but master it you have. Waiting for the perfect moment to spring your trap. That perfect headshot, a C4 ambush, or yes, even a quiet closet with some tempting bait. In freezing snow, in burning heat, you have pushed beyond the limits of endurance. Here, every choice has consequences. Here, every fight could be your last. But I don't need to tell you this, do I? Because you are a survivor. Be the survivor you were born to be. The choice is yours.
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 Europe. It's the EU West qualifiers, and we are currently 4 games in of 18 total matches played. But remember, the teams are split into 3 groups, which means each team will only be able to play 12 matches apiece. My name is Chunks. I'm joined by the one and only Kovo. And Kovo, I gotta ask, look, we're getting to that point now. We're almost a third of the way through. Are there any teams that are really standing out to you, or do you think that kind of the top half of the leaderboard is a bit of an even battle?
It's pretty close still. I think for me, the 4 dogs have to be a standout, not because they're having a standout performance, but they're having a very solid performance. And if you're on paper, there's a lot of teams in this lobby that's played longer together. They've got bigger names on the roster. They're coming in with a lot of momentum. But the 4 dogs been able to just scrap it out and just get wins out of these fights. Keeping them up there on the leaderboard, and that's, I think, pretty impressive. And then on the right side of the leaderboard, we had a few names there that you wouldn't expect, but as we said, 12 games in total. We're only 4 games in. There is still a lot of time to come back. And speaking about comeback, I'm gonna keep talking for a while here, Chunks. It's good to see Thunder coming back, because I was a little bit shook when in that last game, these guys are basically 4 mad fraggers put together, and then they get absolutely cleaned up by the Bystanders in the last Miramar. So I was a little bit, that's not a good sign at all. But they're completely free from that, instantly bounce back and take a massive win here in our first Erangel.
I think the danger with teams that are very kill orientated and are focused more on the aggression than it is about going for the late games is that if they aren't in an optimal position to take a fight, it usually doesn't go too well. You kind of need that IGL linking everyone together and almost keeping people on track when it is just a group of nutty, insanely skilled, mechanical players. So I think that having a strong IGL that can kind of keep tabs on everyone is very important for a squad like Thunder. And I think the last game we really saw them in their element, where they were taking these aggressive fights, but they were always in what felt like a bit of a better position. So I'm excited to see if that carries on going forward. And we should probably talk about our next map, because it is going to be Erangel, and it's getting underway any seconds. Let's hop into the plane and see how things look on the sunny fields of Erangel today.
Yeah, should be good as we get a second one on the way. You talked about it on Miramar. We don't have a whole lot of games per map here tonight, so we've got to make do with what we have. We've got to make the best out of them, and we are headed for a fairly standard play. And I've got to comment on this, Chunks. The cinematic shots, they've been blowing me away, honestly. I've lined up my fair share of cinematic shots on planes starting off the island and stuff like this, but hats off. It's been beautiful to start us off.
You know that if Kovo is complimenting your observing, you're doing a good job. I'm just going to say that. I remember an event we did not long ago. Kovo was doing some stuff behind the scenes. He was the observer, and oh my god, the cinematic shots that we got going through caves and stuff. It was amazing to watch. So, you know what? I'm going to give Starladder some extra credit now, because you've said just how good they are. Maybe I'm going to start noticing it soon.
I won't lie. I think Starlight has come a long way. They've been observing PUBG for a lot of years now, and they've really used that time and have made improvements. But one thing that catches my eye looking at this map, look at what DIVAN's doing, Chunks. They're taking Lipovka and Severny in this play, and they don't even care. They're just like, well, we're not quite sure what we want to play in this. We'll just play 2 towns at the same time. And Austrian Force, they find themselves mighty confused, especially because Duff is there as well next to Sakura, making this look a whole lot more like it's a 3-man team contesting them.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I guess the circle kind of works for them, but I can't say it's the best strategy to go for. Thunder. Oh no, that's not the way you want things to be going after a massive chicken dinner like that, but Ripper will be happy to sponge up the point. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, whether he maybe crashed in without realizing there was a player, maybe went for a run over, but that's not the play. Look, if we go all the way back to old school PUBG, you'll remember the 4 corners strat, because it seemed like for a little bit of time, just a small amount of time, it was viable, and a couple teams would go for it. They would send players, maybe in duos, sometimes even as solos, which is crazy to think of now, just out into these areas, and because they had such good gun skill, they would kind of be able to defend a spot, and the rest of the team could consolidate on them inside of the zone. So I'm not sure whether that's intentional from DIVAN, but if that's the play, it's kind of worked out for them because they have a very high priority compound in the center of the circle now, and those two players over at Lipovka can focus on actually looting up more, bringing that to the rest of the team. But the real problem with having such a good position so early on is going to be the fact of, what about loot? Because the warehouse that they're currently holding, of course, you can't see the map feed unless you have it up on another monitor. That's twitch.tv/PUBG Sports map for anyone who's wondering. You can see that they have two players in such a high priority warehouse that they can control this circle out of, which means they're going to be shooting a lot, and I don't see them getting crashed too much, which then means there's no bodies to loot either.
Yeah, listen, nothing would be worse for me than calling players bad, or even, you know, calling them arrogant jerks or anything along those lines, as I see Joro popping in chat there. But I have to call it out, Chunks. I don't think there's any chance that this was intentional from DIVAN, and seeing it work out, it pains me a little bit. I feel like they just completely messed that up. If not, hats off to them. They're completely innovating the drop strats. But if that does work out, that is going to be a crazy story to tell for sure. Right now, they've got to fend off the Bystanders, but the Bystanders, they're coming in with 2 as well. It's another 2-2 split that's extremely wide.
DIVAN now only with 2 players, and you got to remember the limited loot that they have. The rest of the team are so far away. They've managed to get themselves an opening knock, looking for a second. Now, this is an interesting one, isn't it? Because DIVAN only have 2 people in the compound. They've managed to defend, which has scared Bystanders off, and it maybe would have allowed other teams to kind of slot in there, knowing it's only a 2-man. Now that they've grouped up as a full squad, though, it's going to be a lot harder to push. But my number one concern for this team is what I mentioned a minute ago, and that's going to be loot, especially when the late game rolls around, because they haven't got any bodies to loot except for the one they just took out. I would be very surprised to see more teams try and crash this now that they have 4 players and they can really get a good perimeter and fire out a lot of shots and make it known that that compound is taken.
Yeah, I mean, nothing more tilting if you're Keanu, getting taken out by that, and then going back to watch it in the stream and realizing how that all came together. For now, Duff, though, he's got to be careful not to get taken down. He's down to 1 HP, and oh, Herky. Long distance, no problem. That's what the Mini is good for, and that's what Herky is good for here in game number 5. Takes him out easily, at least gets a little bit of a reprieve for the Bystanders. And, well, the 4 dogs, I praised them in high tones before this match. They're not starting off all too well, but who better than PolishPower to be in an absolute fiesta? And what is that?
Typical, isn't it? You win a game, and then you get hot dropped and deleted by a Bison, one of your team does, and then the rest just get absolutely steamrolled. But I guess it happens. Look, it's the downside of PUBG, isn't it? And I always talk about this curse that these top teams end up having, where it feels like as soon as you win a game, things just completely slip away and you go out dead last. And they absolutely prove that right there. We did see DIVAN for a second, and I'm a little concerned because I already see a cracked vest over on those players, and as I mentioned, the loot is going to be a problem. They're going to need to flex out and potentially grab a second position if they do want to be able to put up a fight in this match.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused that that warehouse is still free, and I'm a whole lot more confused that there's 2 teams crashing on in 4-man for these shacks while the warehouse is free. I'm not quite sure what's happening this game. It's all been thrown for a loop with this far north circle, it feels like. First we get the wild landing strats, then we get the wild pull-ups, and now we get WeAre team coming on in. And you know what better for them to maybe pull up on this bunker and just lock a player in. But no, it's looking like they want to go further. They want to go for Severny, or maybe for some of the dips around them. And Shro is going to be happy because that is a kill, just falling into his arms. Nothing Surfy can do. It'll be an easy knock and a flush as well. And well, we're a team, another team that's not starting this game off with full numbers, but they're going into PolishPower.
Absolutely, Crunio with a beautiful spray to take down one. He runs out of ammo before being able to find a second, though. Flushes out with the SLR. No real problem there. A pretty free point, but as Poro hops out of the vehicle, that is not ideal. Unfortunately, that's the kind of play I expect for Poro, even if it is a different Poro.
Poor Poro. He's had so much roasting going on Twitter. Everyone's gone really hard on him for just one little thing that he said after so much time. It's rough for us casters, you know. We're paid to talk all the time, and then some guy will flame us for not talking enough and not reading out the kill feed for him, and the next guy will fault us for every little thing that we say. But you can't fault for WeAreWho here. They come in a little bit late. They go straight through the center, and that just means you're gonna lose players. Not really feeling like they had the best plan coming into this game, and it hasn't paid off for them at all. Misfits, though, they want to get more aggressive. They want to get more kills on the board, but allStars are grouping up. But look at that. Dual She's even lining up the second. Can't find it, and that's Zembury going down surely. He has to hit the prone. Xeron on the wall as well. They're pinched down on this tiny little low wall. It's only 2 players from allStars left standing, and that nade.
Oh, no. That was a rough nade right there. I thought it actually bounced off the building and came back and killed him, but no, UX is going to be able to make some more magic happen. You got to wonder how long for here, because Misfits only have Danilo left up, and it makes you wonder whether he'll really be able to survive much longer. There's no real chance of any revives coming out right now. There's no vehicles anywhere to be found, and I think we all expected Misfits to go down like that. 15th place, kind of unfortunate after I hyped him up quite a bit last game, but it happens, unfortunately, and it feels like today maybe isn't their day. Hopefully, when they get to play next, they can really step it up a bit, because they're currently in dead last place, and that's not taking into account all of the teams that haven't played that are going to probably eclipse them tomorrow.
Yeah, and I mean, it gets so much more cruel, chunks, when you get away from your classic 16 teams top 8 qualifier. We're on 24 teams, and it's top 4 qualifier. You see that indicated on the left, by the way, if you're wondering why some teams are a little bit brighter blue than others. Those are the teams in the qualifying spots right now. So you can't have a bad day in a format like this. In a format where you play 18 games over 3 days, and you're just looking to qualify like we had in PSL, like we had in the G-Loot Super Week. That's a completely different story. In a format that's this top heavy and this punishing, you can't have a bad day. And so far, it's looking like both WeAreWho and Misfits, they can't really get all that much going. But look at Goodrilla there. He's in a whole different world of trouble if he can't spot our Dogser, and it doesn't look like he can. And oh, that's beautiful shots.
Absolutely amazing shots coming through, just not missing a single one. Goodrilla's going to be out of it, and now Hall of Game maybe in a bit of trouble because they have to move off this Starber Hill. Maybe not now, but within the coming probably 2 zones, the chances of it shifting all the way over to the east twice in a row are very, very slim. Enterprise, though, they're going to be making a bit of a push, trying to make something happen, as Grendis and Yanni both get double naded by Herky. More frags are going to come through. It's a Molotov that lands and connects onto Herky, though, so he's going to be out the fight going for the revive. Free kill, takes down Flamey, almost follows it up with a second, but only 7 bullets left in the gun. Now as Herky tries to swing round the back, Yanni opens things up. Hjort finds the trade, followed by a second. Dedrix is out of it now. Bystanders really making a last stand with only Hjort left up. But if there's a player to do it, you gotta feel like he is the man who will find the headshots.
Tough times for the Bystanders. It's not been their game. There's a lot of knocks still to be collected, and that maybe is what's on Hjort's mind at this point. He really wants to get some points on the board. He could clutch it out, and that nade is certainly going to be a lot closer to a knock than he will ever know. But now the reses are happening in the smoke. He's looking for the flush into the first, and he'll get that no problem. Can he find any more util? Maybe looting a free kill. No, he's going to play it safe. He's going to play it slow. That's going to give EP some time to consolidate. The AK can do a lot of damage close range, but feels like at this point he's hoping for help from the top. And there it is. Tekers pops ahead onto Grendis, but it's too little too late. Enterprise, they take down the foe in their compound, and now they have to deal with the next one, which is Sakura Zensen just flying on in.
Oh, yeah, in comes the crash. I was about to say this is an aggressive team, and you need to be aware that they will crash at any opportunity, but I didn't even need to say it. They just proved it. Heeman, though, does end up going down, as does his teammate. Nixie swings around the back and shuts down the fight, but they've already completely lost a player and had a second knock. Do you feel like this could be the opening for yet another team to try and crash in and clean up? But at least looking over at the map, it doesn't appear like any squads are in the immediate vicinity. WeAreWho could be a problem down to the south, but as it stands right now, Brex is just scouting out in this position, trying to get a read of what's going on.
Yeah, WeAreWho coming in a little bit too late there to really get anything onto this compound. A little bit lucky if you're Sakura Z, because like you said, that was a door wide open, and that is the risk of having these recrashes. It's if you can recrash a compound, who is to say that no one else can? And for this time, they're not going to get punished. They're going to get all the reses back up, and it's another classic Sakura Z play, Chunks. If they see an opportunity to take a fight, they will absolutely go for it. So if they get the center compound, they will play it out from there. As we now see, you're doing a lot of work on that. Yeah, a lot of work with that AK on the outside, but we also, in that crash, we saw Dedrick's doing a lot of work for Enterprise. It's all not going to amount to all too much. Either way, Sakura Z is the one that comes out swinging.
Look, chat, I see you all complain about the replay. Maybe we were just trying to build the hype. Maybe that was intentional, just so that everyone was paying full attention when they got to see that replay coming out from Bystanders right there. Absolutely huge circle shift. In terms of the teams it cuts out, not too many. But what we kind of can read from this circle is the flow of the game from this point. You get the vibe that maybe there's going to be one or two teams up on that Stalber Hill that really dictate anything, and then the same on the western side, but more so in the case of holding people out more than shooting down onto people. PolishPower are going to be the first team to make a move, but it looks like GRINDMORE are taking a crash of their own now as they move in to Austrian force. They've taken the southern side, but this could potentially be one of those compounds that is okay to have two teams in because of that split in the road. The downside comes if Austrian force concede a knock, then GRINDMORE are almost certain to push.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something you can do, but it's something you want to resolve towards the later end of the game, where that compound is great in this circle right now, but there comes a point where you need to push out onto the hillside. You'll never have a game ending in there, so you'll have to push out at some point, and at that point, you want to have control over your compound at least, so you can focus on what's ahead of you. NoNameYet, though, putting an interesting rotation on the board as they basically just call that this eastern side is going to be free, and it's completely going to pay off. They make a send through a few teams there, but avoid them nicely. Now they have a completely free edge to play. The closest to them is Hall of Game on top of Stalber, so a lot of space for NoNameYet. 4 members up, and then again we have Sakura Z here in an absolute center position, but basically the opposite. So circle-wise, location-wise, Sakura Z, they're obviously in the center, but I'd much rather be playing on an edge where I have all the space in the world and I can make all the plays that I want.
It feels like you want a position like PolishPower or mForce have at the moment, where they have good lines of sight, but they also have a nice plateau to work with. And that's kind of the danger when we fight around this Stalber area, is that verticality aspect. And it feels like it's something that the majority of PUBG players struggle with. It feels like that's the reason we see such scrappy compound fights, because it's very easy to kind of, when you're a really good player, it's very easy to just look around you and see what's around you. But when you're starting to have to pay attention to different plateaus, potentially 2-3 different teams all on the same hillside, it's a lot harder than just thinking, okay, my back's clear, which means I can peek in front of me. Instead of that, you now have 3 teams potentially all looking at you at once, all shooting at you, and it makes it very hard to actually convert that into points. So it's going to be interesting to see how teams like Sakura Zensen manage to cope with this, with so many other squads up on high ground with potential to actually fire directly down onto them.
Definitely. And another factor that comes into play is as well, when the circle does go away, you'd much rather be on an edge where you have space for yourself and once again have your back clear. Like you said, you don't want to be in a position where you're stuck in between 3 teams, and then whoever moves first is the one that will get punished. So nobody really wants to move. Everyone gets stuck, and the no one can really actually play for a winning game. Circle does go southwest though, so exactly as we mentioned, teams on the east need to start moving, and Marbo wants to start moving on to GRINDMORE, and that's the second one from X-Rips. That almost gets a second knock. It flushes him out. He's got the arm ready. If he can land the headshot there, it's go time for Austrian Force. They still have 2 members in the gas station, but if Marbo can open up another here, that's definitely where they're going to start striking.
All right, Marbo, now is the time to shine. Make it count, because we've got a replay operator over here. He's going to make your frag movie for you if you can clutch out these shots. You just have to clip it, upload it wherever you want. Let's see how that one will go. But seemingly, Marbo hasn't been able to take any shots yet. I think as soon as he gives away it is an AWM, it might be a different story. GRINDMORE may decide to back off. But at this kind of close range, it is extremely hard to be accurate with a bolt, especially when you don't have a third or fourth player providing support. When you're at a man disadvantage, it often feels a lot easier to actually work with something like an SLR or a Mini at this kind of range. You can take a tap, do some damage, the player will unpeak, then you move on to the next position. It's a different story when it comes to a bolt. If you miss the tap fire, you don't have an immediate second follow-up, and there could be 3 players looking right at you. So it's a risky position to be in. Same being said for Hall of Game. As Karks goes down, they still have 1 player left up, but NoNameYet were more than happy to roll in, and I can't see them slowing down here.
No, and it's exactly what we've just been talking about. You take that fight and you move in first. You get proactive like Hall of Game did there, and you get completely cleaned up by teams taking it slower. Now, allStars, they have to deal with Austrian Force, because Austrian Force has decided that this is the fight they want to take. They don't want to get stuck in the compound. They want everyone to leave, and they want to fight for the gas station, but they've already lost 1, and now they're going to lose the second. Shro is clean with the barrel right now. He's only got 1 more to line up. He knows where he is as well. Doesn't even want to hit the reload. He thinks 9 bullets are enough. That flash is not going to do you a whole lot of favors. But Zeba is there with the M4. And allStars clean up that northwestern edge, which they now have to fight for against the remainders of GRINDMORE, who have decided, well, if you're fighting in the gas station, we'll slot right into the dip above you. Roy G is rolling on in, and will try to take what is.
Wow, what a spray to open things up. Kill still goes down. Shro is still behind the vehicle. The Saber comes up, goes for a bit of a seat swap, but he's taken out of it. Things have just got a whole lot more tricky for allStars. But we saw what Shro did. He eliminated 3 of the other squad, but unfortunately won't have the same effect on GRINDMORE as they just roll their way through, clean up the fight. PolishPower look to clean up 1 of their own. Nork is throwing out every nade he has in that direction as Filu takes down Crunio with a frag of his own. It is still a nade battle as Cappy's taken next to nothing. The Molotov is so close to him. The vehicles are starting to explode. Shiv finally connects with something. It's only Norkis left up. He's made it into the top 8. He's got a placement point, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get much more than that. PolishPower out in 8th, and NoNameYet in some trouble of their own.
Some trouble of their own, but at least they've been taking convincing fights. They've been taking kill points. They've made their way in on the edge. Now it feels like their time is over. It's a little bit too much for them to fight on in with GRINDMORE there, and with mForce as well, putting their attention towards the northern edge. Shiv still up and kicking, but probably not for long, as he's just 2 surrounded there. He's also got a long ways to go. When you look at the map, it's not looking like a whole lot of distance, but it's very open, and it's next to mForce, next to GRINDMORE, next to Sakura Z, and that little dip we talked about earlier. Don't see that going all too well for him, especially when you look at the alternatives that GRINDMORE has, which is basically nothing. They got to go into Shift, they got to go somewhere, or they go full send. And I think if you can take another kill here, you can take another placement point on top. I'd always take these odds over a random send into the center.
I feel like there's maybe 5 playable positions that aren't taken inside this zone, and this shack was maybe going to be one of them I spoke about that would be fairly easy to crash into. WeAreWho just absolutely proved that. Brexco just fires in a couple shots, finishes off the job. Kilyakai now has this shack, and let's not forget there's another shack on the other side of the road that WeAreWho also now have the option to use. Blazes so close to landing the shot onto Shiv after he'd already been caught with a headshot, but unfortunately not to be. 2 kills on the board for him. him. Looking to follow it up a little bit further, but Blaze is still going to be there, just watching, keep switching between the bolt and the barrel, realizes that, hey, it might be a lot easier and more effective if I can just land a few more bullets and then my teammate with the DMR can finish off the job, but not to be, as we actually look over at Blaze's. What?
Oh, that's beautiful. And just as we cut back to him, he gets completely clapped back. It's the bolt chunks. It's in fashion. It's the bolt meta brought in by Beamy. It's strong in EU right now. And, well, Blazers shows us why it's so good there. But as he gets a little bit overconfident, Shiv comes around the smoke and he can easily flush that out if he gets a little bit more aggressive. But he's so careful. He only has himself left as the only life he's got on the line. And there's mForce coming back to the north, and there's another bolty doing another bit of damage into the body. They're so impactful, these bolts, especially even if you don't hit the head, they still do so much damage to your body and to your vest. It definitely makes you think about peeking that twice. But as this circle shifts on in, I can't help but feeling like WeAreWho, they have so much space and so much freedom on that southern side, Charles.
The downside to the position that they currently hold is just how much open space they have to now come and navigate. But they can still play this hillside where it's Chris's base, and they should have relatively good cover, except for from mForce. But it seems like mForce are trying to take multiple fights at once now, which is never the strategy you want to go for unless you're kind of holding teams back. When you're the team that has to push in, it all comes down to focusing fights, getting knocks to try and force their teammates to get the revive more than it does trying to kill the entire squad. Shiv was spotted out on the run, but drops down prone and is just about saved by the grass. But if mForce peek up, he's all but over. DIVAN still getting involved from the side as the mini shots ring through. I'm yet again worried about the ammo of some of these final remaining teams.
It's been a theme throughout, and it just shows how rough these games can be. Right now, GRINDMORE, they're doing what I thought they would do much earlier in this game. They're going for that one kill. They're going for that one extra placement point before they go for the crazy, risky, rough send that they need to take right here. But interestingly enough, they're not going for the obvious one, Chunk. They're not going down the hill. They're playing Ring Around the Rosy. mForce decide their position is worthless. They leave it and go down the hill. And GRINDMORE, they come into the top, but look who's there to greet them. It's Chris on the bottom ground, and he has so much support from his teammates. If he can get any of these nades out, mForce is basically done for.
More nades coming through immediately after Vampire managed to get the first aid off, but it's not going to help this time around. Dogs and Vampire both going to be out. It leaves only one left up from mForce, and that nade is dangerously close, but just the wrong side of the rock this time around. Sakura, Zensen start to switch up their attention as well as they focus up the hill over towards GRINDMORE, as the other GRINDMORE players try to pull off a bit of a rotate. Roy has just about made it in, but he's spotted out by Marco. 4 teams left, one of whom is a solo, and is completely surrounded, it feels like, by WeAreWho, all focusing on that one position.
Yeah, WeAreWho are doing what they do best. They split really wide and they build these kill boxes where anyone that comes your way has so many angles to deal with, they basically don't stand the chance. And mForce there, they had 3 members up. It wasn't like it was a problem of numbers. It wasn't a problem of equipment. It was simply the positions that WeAreWho was able to take and able to grab these angles from that basically left them chanceless. But now, Chunks, we're down to an end game with 3 very strong teams. And Sakura Z, they've had so much to worry about in their north, and all of those teams have just sent it to the south. So now they're completely left alone from that threat. DIVAN completely pushed into the open on the western side. And still, you've got to say, WeAreWho, they have so much space, but none of that is in the next circle.
They have a little plateau, a very tiny little ridge that they can work with to potentially get in, but to be able to play that effectively, they have to take shots over towards Sakura Zensen and at least find themselves a knock out of it. Just do some damage, keep their heads down a little. On the other side of things, DIVAN appear to be in probably the best position. They've got high ground, they've got the edge of the zone under their control, but the openness they have to try and navigate here, sure, it looks good for Phase 7, but when Phase 8 comes, if it doesn't go hard to the west, they're going to have to expose themselves, which is why you see them already repositioning those vehicles. They are ready to have to crash something. And I think Sakura Zensen realized that it's probably them that will end up getting pushed, if anyone.
I think you've completely nailed it there. Phase 7 is all but fine for DIVAN. Phase 8 is the problem. And if that doesn't hard shift towards them, they'll suddenly be on the platter for everyone to just completely pick them up for free. Because like you said, they're completely up on the high ground, but they're also so exposed. And basically their best odds at that point would just be get a knock somewhere and full-on drive-by with 4 members and try to clean it up as soon as possible. Because even if you win that fight, if you knock one of Sakura Z, you fly into those bunkers, you do manage to clean them out, it's still going to be WeAreWho who will third-party you and will completely ruin any chance of you winning that game. So any fight you take in this situation is going to be detrimental. Now, Gilekai gives them a chance as he gets almost into nade range, but I think he's at 3 gear there. He's got a car that he can sort of dip back and forwards around, so chances of him actually getting knocked here fairly slim, and even then reacting to try and get that flush would be hard for either of the 2 other teams.
WeAreWho just now creeping their way up. They're working with that plateau I said about. It was maybe a lot smaller in my head, but this is actually some really nice terrain for them to work off of here. It looks like DIVAN are going to use this zone to try and make themselves a bit of a push. They're just sneaking their way through, laying low, using the blown up vehicle to make sure they don't get spotted by Sakura, Zensen. You got to bear in mind here, Ildian doesn't actually have a helmet on, so if he does get cracked in the head, even if it is under the vehicle, it's not going to be an easy one to deal with. Nordskiff tries to take a couple of shots, and I think that part of this isn't necessarily taking shots towards WeAreWho. I think it's more so making Sakura Zensen think that they're not getting pushed and that nobody is sneaking up on them. So maybe the vehicle crash comes through next, but I struggle to think where they'll crash into, if not some trees.
Yeah, it feels like rough times ahead for DIVAN right now. The circle goes to Sakura Zensen and WeAreWho, and they find themselves in a spot now, DIVAN, where they can decide who wins this game, but I don't see a way of them to win it. Because wherever they go, they have so much open ground to cover. There's plenty of cover for teams like WeAreWho on the southern side, and especially, of course, Sakura Zensen on the east, to try and fend off that push, get some early knocks. We saw the armor was kind of busted here and there. The bolt shot that we saw in that highlight earlier coming in probably and doing a good bunch of damage to that helmet as well. So wherever they go, it's going to be rough times. It feels like they might want to go towards Sakura Z just because they already moved Illidan there. But if they do so, and if WeAreWho is able to react, which they should be, should just be their game at that point.
All right, Kovo, you remember what we were told last game? Don't say anything unless someone dies in the kill feed. So now we just have to wait. We don't say anything, and it will make everything more exciting.
I got another suggestion. Let's just cast literally anything that happens. Nixie goes for the
Let's
reload.
just annoy that one
Smake
person in
comes
chat.
out
How
by
about that?
Illidan. Oh, we could switch that up. Now they're getting in the
he's turning
cars.
right.
Oh,
He's
they're
turning
driving
right
in
in the
circles.
car.
Wow.
Anyway, look, let's get back into it. DIVAN now have a real problem. They're hopping in the cars. They've only got one to work with, though, and it makes it so easy to focus the fire. That's exactly what I was talking about. Chris finds himself a huge 2K, taking down 2 players, both out of the vehicle. Now it's Sakura Zensen's opportunity to start getting aggressive onto this Salty. Yet again, popping up, playing that point position. This is what he's done in the previous games. As DIVAN now get eliminated out in third, he turns his attention towards Marco. WeAreWho lose their first player, but they still are tied. And once Marco's back up, it's going to equal up the fight, give Sakura Zensen a man disadvantage. I say that, however, Nixie is there to trade it out. Marco gets re-knocked to zone. It's going to be a 2 versus 3 for now. As Tekka swings around the side, he probably has a read of roughly where the players are, so he's going to throw that nade. Spam comes through from Nixie in the direction of Salty as he finally spins around, takes down Chris. First kill of the game, but certainly not the last for the evening for Sakura Zensen, picking up their 3rd chicken dinner of the night.
They made them look like amateurs, Chunk. They just cleaned them up completely. That was nasty. Salty with that 2-tap with the SLR, then they swing around the smoke. Brexco gets nailed out of his driver's seat as he pulls up onto a smoked tree. That was so clinical from Sakura Z. They managed to just prone in these dips for 30 minutes straight, Chunks. And when they come out and they start shooting their guns, they're absolutely clean. 19 19 points for them that game. They cleaned up a few there in the end. They clean up WeAreWho like it's nothing. And oh boy, that was looking like a tough game, no matter where that went for Sakura Z, but they just make it look easy.
I don't get how this strategy works for them, because when I play my public games, I'll just send it to the center. I'll lay there all game, but as soon as someone walks by me, they always kill me. I don't know what it is Sakura Zensen are doing so well, but hey-ho, it's working for them. I'm a little bit surprised to see the fact there are only 2 teams at the bottom that didn't get any points that match. Unfortunately, yet again, it's Misfits. I think that they've averaged like a 1.5 points per game at the moment. So they're really not in a good position. They need to start stacking that up, especially considering the fact we are going into the last match of the evening, which means that's half of their games already played and still 12 matches unplayed that the other group have to do.
Yeah, look at Shro there. Not a great game for the All-Stars, but a lot of kills on the board for him regardless. It's Chris once again. It's the second time we see him up there tonight, even though it doesn't work out for WeAreWho at all. It's going to be interesting to see the damage numbers. I'd be very surprised to see anyone from Sakura Z there, because like we said, they've been playing the center, they've been playing quiet. The damage isn't what they dealt that game, but somehow still getting 9 kills, even though it felt like they were passive for the majority of it.
Yeah, it's about when you strike, isn't it? I think that's the biggest thing. I do want to maybe touch on All-Stars right now, though, because I'll give them credit. They tried to make something happen, and it feels like they've put up so many good stats, but they're still yet to get that chicken dinner that they're currently looking for. And Shro has been no small part of that. 600 damage, clean 6 kills, 5 knocks, 1 assist, 1 headshot, long-range engagements as well. This is probably the most balanced head-to-head we've had yet, and both with amazing players. The question becomes who's going to be the MVP, and it is Shro. And no real surprise with the amount of damage he was farming out.
Looks like an absolute super villain, and I think that's basically how he's been performing for the All-Stars there as well. 6 kills and 600 damage clean for Shro. Good game for the All-Stars. Something that they may have needed, but they will need to put down a little bit more than just that, because remember, they haven't had a great evening leading up to that, Chucks.
No, they have not. Let's see if they can maybe turn it around, because there is one more game left tonight. This is the last chance that these 2 groups will have to face off against each other. But before we get into that match, we are going to take a very short break. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 Europe. It's the EU West regional qualifiers, and now is the last chance for groups A and B to go head-to-head. My name is Chunks. I'm joined once again by the one and only Kovo, and we were just saying in the break there, tonight has flown so fast. It really has been a lot of action from start to finish, and it makes you wonder, you know, how are these teams that have to maybe sit out in tomorrow's matches going to be able to cope with it? Because it's got to be rough getting that momentum flowing, then having to take a day off, and then kind of going into the final day at a big point disadvantage.
You know, the only thing worse than that for me would be playing the first 2 days and then being in a position where you might make it, but you have to watch another team keep closing in on you, and you're maybe on that 4th place cutoff, and then they have a big game, and suddenly they only need 3 points per game in the last 2, and you're just sitting there, you're sweating, you have no idea what's going to happen, you have nothing to do about it. That's definitely, for me, that's the worst position to be in. But 72 points on Sakura, Zensen, Chunks. They slow down a little bit after their first 2 games, but now they come back with another 20-pointer.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really say enough about Sakura Zensen right now. They've played so well. They've won 3 out of the 5 games that we played. They're guaranteed to have won at least half of the matches tonight. That is just so impressive to see from a squad like that. And they're a high caliber of players. I think that maybe, you know, for people who weren't following the previous rounds of qualifiers, seeing the name Sakura Zensen come up, you thought, okay, it's just an open qualifier team. But when you look at the players on that squad, the caliber, the skill on that squad, it's not surprising to see them do this well. And I'm not going to say it, but if we were to see them at a later stage of the competition, I think that they would do well. I'm not going to jinx it, though. I'm trying my hardest not to jinx it, because I know the caster curse is a real thing. When a team does well and you say they do well, everything falls apart and they don't qualify.
Yeah, it's interesting, because I think there was a lot of they're sort of the dark horse team from Europe. I feel like there's a lot of potential on that team. They performed really well in scrims, but then a lot of people said, well, they can never play this playstyle in real games, and they didn't do all that hot in the open qualifier. I think they got 5th or 6th or 7th, somewhere along those lines. They weren't in the top 4. They weren't exceptional, but obviously they only needed to get top 16. So I think they were on a lot of people's minds, but there was a lot of doubts associated with that team. And they've shown us tonight that there is nothing to be doubting, and unless they completely fluff it in the coming days, I think they're really on a very good track towards the PCS finals.
Final game of the evening, wrapping it up on a wrangle. There's no better way to end it, it feels like, as we get that east to west playing path. It's going to cut out potentially some areas up in the northwest, but I haven't really seen any teams land there, so I don't think it'll be too much of an issue. I think, if anything, a playing path like this maybe opens up a little more than what we've previously seen in our last 2 Erangel games, especially compared to our Miramar games.
100%, and it's a fair plane. It's a solid plane. No one's going to be all too mad about it. No one's going to be all too sad about it. And it's also not a plane that is likely to send us to melee base. And with how many melee circles we've seen in GLL and in PSL recently, I think everyone in the lobby is quite happy about that, about playing on a different patch, about playing some very different circles. And honestly, that's something that I wanted to touch on. We've had really good circles today, Chunk. We've had great variety. We've had a little bit of everything. We've had fairly extreme circles in most of our games, but it's always been something different that was extreme. So it's really been generous gods making the PUBG circles for us tonight.
That circle, though, I don't want to say it's boring, because it isn't, but it isn't that half water circle that I'm always hoping for. It has water in it, though. It has a bit of melee base, and look, I've even been casting some mobile recently, and I've seen that circle do some weird things. Obviously, you know, we've got land ratio and stuff. It's a little bit different here on PC, but I think it's going to be interesting to see how this zone ends up developing, if maybe phase 1 is a really hard southeastern shift and maybe does cause a lot of problems for these teams. That is going to be the interesting one here. As it stands right now, pretty standard zone. Everyone should be able to get a phase 1 position. It's a question of, can they get into those later game positions at a point where it's early enough that nobody else is there, but it's also late enough that you're not overcommitting to a compound that's going to be hard to rotate out of. Because the key thing I tend to look at when it comes to those, what I like to call an early game compound, is it has a lot of areas of rotation, whereas a late game compound usually has a lot of open space. And that means that if there's a lot of open space, everyone is going to be focused on your compound, and it makes it nearly impossible to actually get out of there.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting story, especially with this circle having so many different options still available, so many different endings we might see, and it poses some interesting issues because you could get a very central position, maybe somewhere around that ferry pier area would be fairly central in the circle, but obviously the water ratio makes that not such a good proposition. So teams like Four Dogs looting the ferry pier area, teams like NoNameYet looting west of farm, they have interesting decisions to make, and they have to figure out what they want to play here. And they have the luxury of choice, whereas other teams they will just take what they can grab. But sometimes that choice can be mighty confusing, can lead you to be a little bit too greedy, and that can punish you early. We saw that with GRINDMORE earlier today, Chunks, where they were splitting pretty greedily, and I didn't mind their split at all, but then Sakura Z says hello, and suddenly your game is just over in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and it's a really unfortunate way to go, isn't it? It's one bad call away from, you know, winning and losing, it feels like. And I know that sounds drastic, but when you look at a situation like this where only the top 4 teams qualify, if you do have a bad game, that is enough to get you out of it compared to teams that just consistently do average. Enterprise, not the best way to start, but look, it's about how you shoot, not how you drive.
Oh, can he do it? Doesn't look likely, as that buggy does not want to get on flip just yet. 2 guys in a dash is not all too bad either. It's not bad to have a gunner, and we got a pretty good look at the PCS skins there, Chunks. It's nice that we're actually wearing the PCS skins, the PCS6 skins during PCS6, so a little bit of free marketing there for the esports skins. Don't look all too bad. And obviously, if you wanna pick some of these up, go to the store. Even gives you pick 'em coupons to gamble a little bit with and get yourself more skins on the way.
You want all of those skins, though. You got to catch them all at the end of the day. You got to collect every single one of those skins. I know that I've got so many going back all the way to like PCS3 now. Probably before that even. I think I've even got a skin from Charity Showdown, if you can think all the way back then. So it's kind of a collector's item. It's a nice little commemorative piece. But as Enterprise now push their way through, they were able to take out Salty. Now, you may think, okay, this doesn't matter. Sakura Zensen, they're out in first place right now. They've got a pretty good lead. But Salty has been no small part of that. Granted, this is a team of fraggers. This is a team of players who can go out, find kills left, right, and center, no problem. But Salty has kind of been that point man, it feels like. Whenever they take a fight, he's either the first to get a knock or the first to get knocked. He's always in a bit of an off position, and I think that is part of Sakura Zensen's success. Don't get me wrong, I'm not by any stretch saying that they can't do well without him, but I wonder whether they'll have the same aggression losing a player early as they would if they had a full format.
I mean, think about it this way. Who's going to suffer more from losing a player early? A team that loves to take fights, or a team that loves to play passive, take good compounds, take good rotations? It's obviously Sakura Zensen. They love to be aggressive. Being 3-man up, it's worked out beautifully for them in game 1, where they actually managed to get, I think, a 13-kill win from that, or even 15 or something along those lines, something crazy. But when you're such a fight-heavy team, it stings extra to lose a member that early.
I wonder about how GRINDMORE are playing this out right now. They're taking this eastern bridge down to Millie Island. Do you think they know mForce are there? Something tells me that they don't, and something tells me that this could go very, very badly for them. But I kind of like the fact that there are teams banking on those southern islands and not all just going up north, because it's the risk reward with PUBG. You have to take a bit of a risk to really stack up those large number of points that you need to move through to the next round. So GRINDMORE, they are taking a bit of a gamble rotating this way, but if they do decide to post up down to the south, they're the gatekeepers. They could hold everyone else out. And sure, if you're fighting a lot of teams that are rotating through, you're probably not going to get to the end game. You are probably going to struggle, but you'll at least be able to get a decent number of points off of it based off of killing rotating players. So I like what GRINDMORE are doing. I'm just intrigued whether they do swing all the way up to the north, whether this is just a long rotate, or whether they are actually going to base themselves down there.
Well, I can't answer the question if GRINDMORE knows that mForce is there, but I can tell you that mForce does not know that GRINDMORE is there. So if they catch a lucky timing, if they figure out a way to cross that bridge as mForce is maybe putting their attention a little bit further north, trying to get deeper into the circle, that could definitely spell disaster. For now, it's looking like GRINDMORE is just setting up nicely on the Millie Islands, so even maybe hoping for a crazy shift or something along those lines. But obviously, you're playing the odds in a sense. When the odds, the small odds that you got do work out for you, you're suddenly in a brilliant position. But they are quite small. Misfits, talked about them in length earlier. They're not having a good day. They're having an absolute bottom of the barrel kind of day. But they're in a good position for game number 4, or game number 6, especially if they get a nice little western shift. They can maybe have an extremely good game out of that hill and that compound. And really, at this point, if you're not getting a great game to finish out day 1, coming into day 2 is basically going to be we can't really make it anymore, but we might as well have fun.
You know what I will say though is, I mentioned a couple of times tonight that early game versus late game positioning, and we took a quick look at PolishPower, and they're a team I think have really executed that one well. We'll talk about that in a little bit though, because right now we should probably have a look at what's going down here with Austrian Force and 4 Dogs. Marbo is going to be taking a couple shots in the direction of Duff after losing Pains. They're going to try and get the revive, but now the question becomes whether 4 Dogs want to try and consolidate and take this fight, or whether they are just going to try and avoid it. Because in a circle like this, they are dead center. Now, I do want to touch on that PolishPower position I was saying about. They're currently in those 2 split compounds north of Chopsticks. That is what I would say is, in this circle, probably the best early game position. You can play a 2-2 split, you can get a good amount of the zone completely under your control. But when phase 2, phase 3 pops, and the times comes where teams are going to start crashing you, it's very easy to consolidate as a 4-man and to potentially take the game from that point onwards. So I really like what they're doing, and I'll tell you what, Kovo, I really like that circle because everyone is fighting for Ferry Pier, a hillside, or a field.
I love how you called the circle boring. I think the circleists just said, well, Chunks,
I've changed my mind.
Chunks, absolutely not. We're going crazy mode. It's a lot of water in play, and you can see that as we had a quick glimpse at the map there. Basically, everyone is in cars. The 4 Dogs aren't, and WeAreTeam isn't, but basically the entire rest of the map is on a wild send. DIVAN, they're going to look for a vitality dip, maybe realizing that the 4 Dogs and the compound to their east just going to try and consolidate there. They'll have a lot of teams joining in them, or at least being in close proximity. We see NoNameYet already going for a very center send, and it's looking like they might turn back up towards this dip, and we're just going to clash completely.
Did they have any idea that there was going to be a squad up here? Why would you think it's a good idea to pull up? And secondly, why would you be able to get away from that one? It feels like NoNameYet should have been in the perfect position to start laying down shots, taking out players without any problem at all, but that's exactly what happened. Now there's going to be more fights of teams swinging past each other. PolishPower, Sakura, Zensen, both shooting in each other's directions. Sakura, Zensen going to be forced to play a bit of a tough position with only a shack, but they are dead center, so it could bode well for them. On the other side of things, you've got a team like Austrian Force, which granted are playing an amazing position, but they're also very, very split.
They're very split. They're being very greedy. They're taking a lot of space. But look at this. GRINDMORE, they finally realized that they need to get across this bridge. They're doing it now. And NoNameYet, they're caught a little bit off guard. It's just Monkey here. The rest of the team all further off to the north. And he's going to have to defend. He's going to have to do so much. He gets some nades out. That second nade might not even be heard, but it doesn't matter. Blazers and Rex Reps, they're taking so much time. And look at that, Roy. It's an absolute banger over the rooftop. Monkey knocked. No one there to help him out. And you can see he's already disconnected. He's not happy about what just happened. He's decided to close his game and head on out maybe for an early dinner, Chunks.
Last game of the day, you know, get started on that VOD review early, I guess is the best thing I can say. That's the way to take it as a positive, isn't it? Look, Enterprise, they're going to try and make something positive out of this position. As free kill peaks up, we'll be able to take down Karks, but Godrilla is still up, and he's a whole lot further back. Moment goes down, and it leaves Hall of Game now with only one player left up. I believe that was just a 686-meter knock, though, if that like overlay was correct. That was insane.
There's some crazy stuff happening here and there, especially with the DMRs, with the bolties. These players, they're pretty damn cracked when it comes to shooting heads, and that is what you need to be able to do sometimes, because when the circle doesn't come your way, that's really all you can do. There, Saber got on himself a nice little 511 meter one as well. We've seen some good numbers, especially on those MVPs as well, on those player face-offs, with some long distance shots. But for now, the northern side slows down a little bit. PolishPower have sent it completely into the ferry pier, so that's going to be something interesting to keep our eyes on come circle 3. And there we go. Now we get to see it. Marcelek and Cappy walking up on Empire game, but look at all the angles. Look at the minimap. Once again, it's mForce built all around this, and as Marcelek goes down, I would be surprised to see mForce not grouping up, but it's not looking like they have any interest in helping each other out.
This is the shift that we probably kind of expected, which is why we see Ferry Pier being such a hotly contested area, primarily because it has good hard cover, but also because you have that road, and if you are able to just keep a vehicle in it, you can cross over a lot easier than you would be able to on foot. So I think that's something to maybe play note to here when we take a look over at PolishPower's position. Now granted, they did struggle to make the cross, but they're in the long building now. They should be relatively posted up, and I wouldn't expect mForce to get too aggressive off of this. GRINDMORE, however, look, they've been playing a bit of a risky game all match with that southern rotate. I should say they're definitely not afraid of taking gambles. I think this is going to be a big play. I can just see it brewing.
I think they want to take the aggression towards NoNameYet, as we see Wear team slowly but surely shifting onto the hills, and there is the play you were anticipating, what you were hoping for, as they want to finish off what they started. But now there's a new contestant rolling on up, and it's a classic WeAreWho play, Chunks. They come in late, they take the edge, they spread widely, but now they might have some kills on their play. If GRINDMORE really want to force this fight, really want to get aggressive on this warehouse, then we'll suddenly see some DMR shots coming in by WeAreWho, and maybe they'll be able to put out some damage there. Philo, he's already looking for some angles, climbing on top, but those windows, they were boarded up, so not a whole lot of chances to look out, but also no chances to nade back in, which is maybe even more important.
I do wonder how long this zone can really go on for. And it might sound weird, but let me explain. There is so much open terrain in a circle like this that it's kind of becoming a bit of a pressure cooker right here. Everyone is vying for the same few positions, the same few ridges. Sure, there's a couple shacks, there's hay bales, but everyone wants a proper compound. That's not the way to go about it, though. Yanni running into a tree, nearly gets his head taken off. One more bullet and it is the end of him, but he is able to get down in time. In comes the crash from Enterprise as free kill crashes straight through the shack, eliminates the player, and will be able to clean up. Grendis does get flushed out, not ideal for them, but honestly, as allStars try to salvage this, it's going pretty well. Deadrix is the final player left, and all it's going to really take is one nade to finish him off if placed properly.
Yeah, but you can see what Killstill pays that for trying to go with that nade. He instantly gets caught by the dogs from the south. Now WeAreWho say hello. We might get interested in this fight, but they realize that this is not something they want to mess with just yet. They also realize there's a whole lot of space on that northern side. They're about to run into Godrilla, and Godrilla, he's gotten a Groza for himself. There's a lot of opportunity for him here. Marco. Oh, I don't think they've spotted him. I think they've sailed right on by. Kelia doesn't even see him either. And WeAreWho, there are the shots. They did spot him. One of the two must have seen him. Godrilla stays alive for now, but with a circle like this, Chunks, it is for now and not much longer.
It is for now. WeAreWho going to be making their rotate through the center of the field. As I mean, that main compound is out now that 4Dogs really were making the most out of. They're going to have to try and rethink this one. And I think that's going to involve a case of just having to crash the hillside, try and take the fight onto DIVAN. But as the rotates come out, we can see shots starting to come through from Sakura Zensen over towards WeAreWho. They haven't really been able to connect, but they're doing damage to the vehicles. And WeAreWho are having to kind of send it in blind. This is going to be an interesting position to look at now because Bystanders have obviously pulled up very close by to WeAreWho, and both teams kind of have little rock positions they can use for cover. WeAreWho have backed off of this, which now could potentially allow Bystanders to come in from behind, as the same could happen from a team like PolishPower. Other than that, though, it seems like most teams up on the northern side are leaving it pretty late to rotate.
They're leaving it pretty late. They're fighting in the fields and they're paying the price for it. Enterprise, one of those names. They're on the list of teams that still has to make it in from the north, and now they're on the send, and you can just see how many names, how many team tags are in their way. Thunder, they're staring at them from all sides. mForce now, they have a problem to deal with. It's a full squad of GRINDMORE coming in, but look at that nade, Chunks. He gets 3 in one single throwable, and there's still 3 players here for mForce. They can clean this up easily. Vorix is looking for it. A car blows up in his face, but it seems like a matter of time. There's X-Reps going down. That's GRINDMORE out and just done for.
Underhand nades, you cannot understate how useful they are when defending a crash. If you're able to pre-nade like that, they don't stand a chance coming in near you. Sakura Zensen, though, they're going to try and pre-nade themselves, as I think Nixie realizes it's not going to be easy to get his team into this. Techers will be getting flushed out. Only Heman is left up, but Misfits now looking like they do want to make the push. Nixie should be able to hear this, which is why you see so many frag grenades coming out of those windows. Zeron is going to be there, just waiting. Both players throwing out nades, but that is a trick nade from Zeron right there. He doesn't throw it inside, he throws it around the outside instead. Nixie ends up knocking his own teammates, flushing them out, but he does spot the player by running directly into him. So Nixie able to clean it up, but potentially only because Zeron had gone for the res and didn't have his gun out.
Remember GRINDMORE going down to those nades? That was the first team that died that much. Just like that, we are now down to 13, and we're about to go to 12 if Thunder have any more aggression to bring towards Deadrix. For now, it's looking like they catch a little bit of a break here as they want to stay alive themselves, but surely they will close out this northern side at some point. Now Deadrix wants to take matters into his own hands, steps on up. Nade is not all too bad, but he takes a headshot in return, and now any piece of utility could easily close him out. The molly, it's a little bit short, and no one else has found an angle just yet because he has that little bit of a low ground. And, well, Thunder, they are starting to get more and more issues to deal with themselves as Austrian force are coming alive.
Deadrix is in a very tricky position. His only hope is that everyone forgets about him. He has the smallest dip ever to try and work out of. It's going to be near impossible. Now, though, it comes down to a lot of those DMR shots, and we were kind of expecting this to happen. It just occurs when you have a hillside and then a very, very open field like this. The teams on the high ground, the teams that have themselves just a bit of cover are able to put down so much pressure. But I'll give Thunder their credit. They are not giving up on trying to run right through this field to get over tar cover, and they're doing it very well. You'll see a lot of teams maybe try and split off in the hopes that, well, only one of them can shoot me at a time, or, oh, we can't all die, but the smoke usage there and just working as a duo, hopping smoke to smoke, taking your time, not rushing, is really impressive to see. It's just a very methodical approach in what for a lot of people is a very high pressure situation.
100%, and that's what you need as well. It's not hard to win that fight versus Deadrix, but it's hard to keep it clean and keep 4 up. Right now, the dogs are flying on in, and that's Poro finding 1. It's not looking good for the 4 dogs. I'm not sure where their last member is. It looks like Ripper is stuck in the compound on the northeast. He wasn't able to help out all that much. Mika, he's not able to find all that many guns, but he doesn't need them. What is that?
You never get to see the mutant used in the first place. How is he getting away with that one? Anyway, for anyone who missed out, we should probably point out that I believe it was WeAreWho managed to get themselves like a 2K nade as well. So they put themselves in really good standing over on that mForce fight. But right now, we'll stick on board with PolishPower as Marslick lands insane sprays, followed by an insane nade, and then Norkis just finishes up the job. That's Bystanders out in 10th. The squad that really started so strong that we had high hopes for not even in the top 6 right now. They have slipped a little, but still 6 more games to go for them.
6 more games to go and 1 game to go for PolishPower right now to make this day a good one. They're starting to catch a little bit of momentum right now, but they're also having to be careful. Austrian Force, they've been performing today. They've not been all too bad in fights, and PolishPower, they will have to fight them on this western edge if they want to move anywhere without getting completely dominated by WeAreWho. You need to make space for yourself in circles like this, and you know PolishPower, they're hungry for just that. So any knock coming towards PolishPower, or Austrian Force, excuse me, will be the signal to go, as we did lose Gededrix on that northern side. We are going to be seeing Circle 6 shift on in, and no surprise, at some point it always eliminates the fields, and that is right now. We talked about the mForce WeAreWho fight, looking like that's completely resolved at this point, Chunks, but WeAreWho are in a really good spot here.
You say it's resolved, but it makes me think maybe they're just taking a break, because it feels like, just looking at the map, looking at the way the zone's going to close, these two teams have to fight eventually. Haruzen, though, what was that? Double bolt action back to back. We better get a replay on that one in a minute, because that was amazing. Marslick going to try and push her a little bit further. Will open up the spray, and for a split second, it looked like he was going to whiff it. He is able to make something out of it now, just trying to spray through the smoke, and actually almost finds Gargi, and Marbo does a little bit of damage. Hiruzen, though, with even more fire coming from above. He's looking for the heads, finds the body of Marslick. Molotov's coming through now. Norkis connects. Gargi accidentally runs into it through the smoke, and that's him finished off. It's not the bolt, but in fact the Molotov that sees the end of him. Thunder doing what they can to remain in it, but it looks like they're potentially a little bit thunderstruck by their position.
The puns, they don't end, but at least...
I tried so hard.
At least Sakura Z is out of this game at this point, and giving the other teams a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a chance to pick it up and close things a little bit towards the top. 5 teams alive. WeAreWho, if you haven't realized yet, all of these tracers haven't given it away. They're pushing mForce, and they're going quick at this. Rex comes around the corner. There's some counter nades, but it doesn't even matter. Vampire Game wins out with the barrel. This fight is not kicking off the way that WeAreWho wanted it to.
What can you do when there's 3 players looking directly at the position you're going to peek? I'll tell you what you can do. You can send Marco in to throw a nade, because he takes down Vorix. Vampire Game also going to be going down. It's Kilyakai who finds that one. Marco just anchoring, looking around the back of the smoke. Does see Dogzer, but the smoke is too thick. Remember, we have X-Ray on, but it doesn't matter. They just spray through anyway. WeAreWho take down mForce out in 5th as we're down to our final 4 teams. It's going to be WT next to make a move, but as Crunio finds the headshot, they are out of it. 3 squads still standing, all with 4 players now that WeAreWho have got themselves the revive, but question becomes, are they in a good enough position to really make something out of this when they are so split?
Position isn't really the problem, I would say. The problem is DIVAN getting so aggressive so quick. I was ready to kick this into a slower gear, Chunks, because we have 3 teams alive and it's only phase 6, so there's tons and tons of space for these teams to work with still. But DIVAN were looking like they wanted to strike while the iron was hot, looking to take space away while WeAreWho is busy with mForce. That has now been completely denied by Xchris up in that tower, instantly popping off a few mini shots, them realizing, hey, this fight was a little bit too clean from the sides of WeAreWho. There wasn't quite enough damage being dealt towards the German squad there. So DIVAN slow things down, and Circle says, well, maybe you should have sped it up.
Now it does become a little bit of a waiting game. I'm intrigued to see how PolishPower play this one. It almost looks like they actually want to push round that northern ridge, but to do that, they have to wait for DIVAN to push through, and that'll be a bit of a gamble, honestly, on how they want to play it, because DIVAN are obviously holding up to the north very effectively, and PolishPower want to open themselves up to DIVAN to try and get into the center of the zone from a bit of an off angle. The downside to that is when the zone pushes in, they're not going to be able to do it anymore. It'll just do too much damage to them. So they will struggle to do that. They need to make the push now. Now that DIVAN are starting to make an engagement of their own, they're making noise. They spot out Chris. They don't see Kai just yet, but the nade will maybe give away a little bit of info on where that player is. Ilden preps himself yet another frag grenade, but it just can't connect. Or can it? Yes, it can. Kill your Kai. Beautifully landed upon. Down he goes, and now it becomes the opportunity for DIVAN to start pushing. They have the man advantage, but Chris, he's smarter than this. He knows that they're going to try to push, and he doesn't want to take the fight onto the knocked player just to try and get a revive. Instead, he finds an opening knock of his own. Nordskiff gets the trade, though. Is Ildian going to try and use this as an opportunity to just push up further? The Molotov is there. Marco pinned at a tree as WeAreWho are starting to look in serious trouble.
They are in serious trouble, and the serious trouble at this point is not even just DIVAN anymore. PolishPower has crept on in, and they've taken a lot of ground on their western side. WeAreWho are completely pinched on in, and they've gotten clean trades, Chunks, but trades are not enough when two teams are engaging on you. Now Marco is creeping around that tree, trying to find a second. Doesn't even have to, because Kiliakai is there for him. Can he find Sahar? No, he can't. He's, again, traded out, and that's not enough for WeAreWho.
It's so close. This fight is going trade for trade, but now PolishPower, they're going to move in to try and finish off the job. Brexco still down below, going to be holding. Sees Marslick. His teammate does get the knock, but it's actually Cappy in the end who finishes off the job. Nordskiff manages to clean up. That's over 800 damage he's done so far this game. Expect to see him up there on the stats. 6 bullets left in the Groza, though. You got to think there's not really much you can do with that unless they are all headshots. 7 in reserve for the Mini. I think, as much as I hate to say it, Nordskiff is probably done at this point.
Probably done and dusted. PolishPower, they swing around, they get the util out. Just make sure to keep this clean. Norkis, he's confident, he gets flashed, but he still closes it out. And I don't know if you've had a look at Twitch chat, Chunks, but I think they've been waiting for a PolishPower win for basically this entire evening, and they finally got it.
I know how dedicated the PolishPower fans are, and I know just how annoyed and how salty people can get when they're not winning. And I saw, you know, a couple of those people saying PolishPower are trash, they're going to do terrible, they just got lucky, you know, they got in through a wild card spot. No, they have absolutely earned it, and they are demonstrating that right now. They've had a relatively okay performance all night. I believe coming into this game, they were sat in 12th place, but because that top section of the leaderboard has so many points kind of distributed in such a small number of teams, that 23-point game should be enough to make a fairly considerable jump up that leaderboard. However, the teams below them, the teams that are also in the top 8, were able to grab some points their own, and their points around the same section of the pack. So it may be a drastic jump, but I don't think it's as big as it could have been if those teams around them had a bit of a weaker game themselves.
It's 100%, especially WeAreWho were one of those teams that they were trying to pass. Austrian forced another one, and we can see WeAreWho there with Kiliakai putting themselves up in between two of the PolishPower players, Norkis and Marsalek. We're probably going to see Kiliakai on the damage there as well, and we do second place. Nordskiff, though, look at that, Chunks, just worlds ahead, 950 damage that game. I'm not sure how much he was able to convert into kills there, 3 of those. So you can really tell damage doesn't mean all that much.
It doesn't. It's about being able to convert it, and about not necessarily even converting it yourself, but stealing it away from others, because there are going to be teams out there that will be able to get some really good knocks in a position that is maybe a bit open, but they don't have the ability to flush it. If you're in one of those spots where you have a good area of influence, you can see a lot of the commonly used spots around you, then you're able to really make the most out of it. And even though you're not necessarily the ones getting the knocks, you'll be there to flush up the kills and of course receive the points out of it. That's the most important thing for a lot of these teams. We should point out as well, okay, there's only only 16 of the 24 teams that have played tonight. So when we take a look over at the overall standings in a second, bear that in mind. Group C is still yet to play. I say in a second, look at this though. There it is, Group C, one of the very, very strong teams, it feels like. A lot of big names in that group are really going to struggle to make a dent in this, but you've got to feel like there's going to be a team in Group C that's just going to have one explosive game to start off tomorrow, and they're already going to be middle of the pack.
Yeah, I think we'll see some teams fall behind fairly quickly. We'll see others, basically everyone on the left side of the scoreboard there, maybe from DIVAN and up, they've built a bit of a cushion. So Team A is the group that rotates out. A team like WeAreWho, a team like Hall of Game, they've had a bad day today. We have to call it what it is. They'll be passed fairly quickly, but then a team like Thunder, a team like PolishPower, they'll be able to hold on there for quite a while, I imagine. And well, speaking about holding on, Sakura Z, they're not even done. They're playing tomorrow, and for now, 22-point lead in 6 games. That's a pretty strong performance from Sakura Z.
I want to say, though, Thunder have also delivered extremely well. They've had a couple of really strong games, a lot of kills on the board, a lot of late game placements, and even a chicken dinner, I believe, tonight. So really impressive coming out from Thunder. But that's 6 games down. There are still 12 to go, and each of the teams that have played tonight only have 6 remaining. So join us tomorrow for Group, I believe, B versus C. Same time, same place. Kovo, thank you so much for joining me once again. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for watching, and we'll see you next time.